Hello there. Hi, everybody. It's me again, Luke Aurora, and we're back with more Punishing Gray Raven. Because last time we started the new story, the new side story chapter, The Long Goodbye, and it was in fact a long goodbye. I only got halfway through the goodbye. So tonight I'm going to aim to finish it. I'm not sure how quickly I'll be able to get through the rest of it. The first half took me like 6 hours to get through. But anyway, you know, the second one could be shorter, it could be longer. We'll see. But I'm going to aim to finish tonight. And if I can't, I'll just finish another night. Okay, so let me just open up my drink here. Because I have to remember to stay hydrated when I'm doing a lot of talking. Okay. Part 14. Backtrack. If you must require someone to stand in the mud to lift you up, then I would be the most suitable. The surrounding kaleidoscope shards fade into darkness, and the silhouettes within dissipate with them. The one Wansha touched also fades to darkness, as 056 leads the test subjects down the dimly lit corridor. He grasps at thin air, catching nothing. I haven't seen what happened to 056 and the others. He hasn't seen how things end for 056 and the kids. Did they really get out? Suddenly, a bullet tears through the air, cutting across his field of vision. Don't touch it. Though a voice deep within refuses to accept this final truth, he still reaches out. The moment the bullet makes contact, searing pain shoots through Wansha's head as it pierces through. Following the pain, memories flood back to Wansha, visions of the abandoned research facility. After making sure they have no trackers, 056 quickly leads the children through the cultivation area, and they slip out its back door into a section the children have never seen before. Some start falling behind, but the others grip their hands tightly, pulling them along as they stumble forward. Mom? Where are we going? The junkyard. Right there. Stay quiet for now. Soon, 056 leads them to a door, activates the control panel with an access card, and lets out a visible sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one cares about security clearance for this place. The gates open to reveal a clear night sky. Moonlight spills across the disposal heap, illuminating the identification codes marked on each corpse. Recognizing former companions among the dead, the children keep their distance. There could have been a better plan, but they caught on to my intentions. If you don't leave now, you'll never get another chance. And take this mechanoid with you. I programmed it to locate another chip that will lead to Wansha. The real Wansha. Alright, everyone inside. 056 forcefully pushes the children into the junkyard. No other doors in this world will open for you now. This is the path you must take. Mom? Don't call me that anymore. Just go. I knew what kind of experiments this facility was conducting. I came anyway, because I wanted to use your mind to save my own child.
Are you just like the other grown-ups? Then why are you helping us?
Eamon asks suddenly, while struggling to drag the bulky robot. Why? On the night before leaving Babylonia, after Melody departs, he returns to sit by Wangcha's sickbed. They say you'll be like this for life. If you're lucky, you'll find release in a few years. Call me selfish, but I want you to live, to wake up, to experience a full human life, just like everyone else. Only the whirring of machines is heard in the ward. A long time ago, that child would have smiled and responded, even without understanding anything. Wanshu lowers his head, wearily burying his face in his hands. There's nothing left. The place is a hell. There's no return once you step in. And I'm exactly like what Melody said. Just another ruthless lunatic. An alarm suddenly blares and puts everyone on edge. Go, Eamon. You need to lead them away from here. Don't underestimate the people in this facility. They're formidable. Even in the junkyard, they'll find ways to stop you. The further you run now, the better your chances of survival. If you could escape safely. When it comes to what happens after the escape, 056 falls silent. What comes after the escape? Will they be taken away by other organizations? If they join the military, will they be sent straight to the battlefield? It depends on how the people outside treat them. Will they nurture them like children, or exploit them as resources? Anyway, get going first. Amidst blaring alarms, 056 shoves the construct into the junkyard. They climb the mountain of corpses, stepping on fallen seeds of life, reaching desperately for the moonlight above. A kid notices 056 falling behind and calls out. All eyes turn to the woman lingering motionless at the doorway.
Mom? 056, aren't you coming with us?
First, all I cared about was saving Wansha, and Wansha alone. But only when I stood in front of the cliff and saw hell for what it truly was, did I finally understand what I had done. Melfi was right. I do need to atone. If someone has to remain in this swamp to lift you all out, then I am the one who deserves to sink. 056 picks up the blood-stained demolition hammer and heads toward the sealed lab. I willingly step into the depths of hell. .056 enters the familiar room. Surprisingly, all traces of the chaos have vanished. The bloodstains on the isolation chamber's window have been thoroughly cleaned away. No hint remains of the researchers' desperation as they were left to die inside. Theodore, housed within, instinctively lunges at the transparent window when he spots someone, breaching at 056. 056 hears the click of a bullet being chambered behind her. She knows who it is without turning around. Hickman. So you'd even experiment on infected constructs too? What are you researching this time? 056 turns to face the darkness. There stands Pickman, gun raised. Theodore is a good kid. He needs this level of control. A hint of regret crosses Pickman's face. I thought we shared the same feelings about these children. But it seems you've been using these experiments as an excuse to do unnecessary things. What do you gain from letting them escape? You even incite them to murder, turning them into criminals. The way you're nurturing these children will introduce significant variables into the experiment. Besides me, you're the second person here to call the test subjects children. I find that ironic. 056 points to the experiment chamber behind them, where Theodore, transformed into a monster by the punishing virus, is being kept in captivity. He crouches at the observation window, staring at the two confronting each other. I won't deny it. They are my children too. 056 points at her head. People outside already know about every experiment conducted here. You won't escape punishment. 056 raises the demolition hammer. Years into the future, the one who receives these memories can no longer stay still, reaching out in desperation to stop what's coming. The punishing virus concentration inside is very high. Breaking it open now means Wansha's hand passes through the phantom image. Didn't hold on to anything. No. The piercing pain in his head keeps intensifying. Wansha's mind has reached its limit, one step away from being torn to shreds. Even knowing this is the past, knowing this ending is inevitable. Delirious with pain, Wansha refuses to give up. His hands desperately wave through the air where the demolition hammer hangs, trying in vain to prevent its descent. Stop. His words come out as an incoherent mumble, too faint even for himself to hear. To whom should these words stop be said? At what point in time would they have made any difference? Was it before Recall Team 4 disbanded? Before Wanshu lost her way? Or before Pikmin? Before Kugawa Korono arrived at this research facility? Was it before those children were modified into test subjects? Or even before they were born? Finally, Wansha lowers his hands, knowing he can only stand by and watch. Wansha stares at 056, lips trembling, and finally calls out that name. He doesn't expect her to hear it. He just wants to call out to her one last time, like the child he once was in his dreams. Wanshu! But the Wanshu of the past still raises the demolition hammer. You want to destroy the entire research institute? Pikmin immediately backs away, distancing himself from the chamber containing the corrupted specimens. I'll do everything in my power to ensure you die here. But even if you manage to escape, one day, Pikmin, you'll die at the hands of your precious children. And she was right! As Wanshu brings down the demolition hammer, Pikmin pulls the trigger. The isolation window shatters into pieces, scattering shards across the floor. The highly concentrated punishing virus surges from the lab, instantly corrupting half of Wanshu's face. Meanwhile, a bullet fires from Pikmin's gun. In this era of advanced mechanoid technology and constructs, this bullet can't penetrate even the most common armor plating. It spins as it slowly pierces through the woman's flesh, blood vessels, and bones, until it exits her body, leaving a blackened crater in the facility's metal wall. The shot pierces through Wansha's head. As she falls, her hair cascades onto the floor, blood flowing from her mouth and staining the strands red. The pain from the pierced head radiates through every fiber of his being, The disruption in Wansha's mind finally reaches a level beyond his endurance. Weird. His struggles cease as he finally collapses. Wansha collapses somewhere in the abandoned research facility, unsure of his exact location, before death claims him completely. He spares one last thought for something that probably no longer concerns him. The Commandant and the others said that they would catch up. Only a brief moment has passed between splitting up to chase that corrupted in the cultivation area and his collapse. The communication device by the ear crackles with static, human voices becoming indistinct. Can you still find me? As he drifts into eternal sleep, in his haze he feels all is but a lucid dream. Alright, so that's one kind of branch of this thing. Now we go back and see things from a different perspective. Obscure. You will never be 16. Here we're getting another batch of newcomers today. Always get so excited at times like these, Professor. Of course. Seeing all these young people so talented and passionate about medicine. I should cherish these moments before retirement. Could this be your secret to staying young? Oh. Good morning, Dr. Little One. Still sporting those dark circles under your eyes, I see. Surprised by the unexpected address of Doctor, he turns around with a sheepish smile. Morning. No need to call me Doctor. I'm still an intern. You're still Dr. Little One for now, but once you get your certification, you'll be Dr. Wansha. Actually, you've been interning at Star of Life for quite some time. When do you think you'll get certified? Have you decided on a department yet? I'm not sure yet. I haven't really thought it through. Hippocrates glances at the ID badge on Wansha's chest. So you're the star student that every department's fighting over. The multitasking monster. The exam deity. The only one who's so dedicated that he'd evolved past the need for sleep. Wansha? Don't just blurt out those silly names like that. What else? Study hall gatekeeper, the wish-granting machine. Me. Wansha points at his own face, feeling somewhat puzzled. That's not all. I heard you're shadowing a pediatrician. If this affects your final decision, you might want to reconsider. Pediatrics is exhausting work. Also, remember to balance work and rest. Keep burning the midnight oil like this, and you'll age faster than you'd like. Sorry to make you worry. I'm not burning myself out. The doctor who used to take care of me here did the same thing. Go on, get back to work. If I keep talking, your supervisor will come looking for me. The white-clad figure nods and hurries away, while Hippocrates bows her head to prepare her materials. We never have enough time to chat. Professor, how's Wansha doing? He's one of the top students in medical school, you know. Nothing particularly unusual. Just a young one working too hard because they're overeager. What's he in such a hurry for? What's pushing Wansha? Every time he looks at his reflection, he sees the dark circles under his eyes, a reminder of his desperate pursuit to absorb every bit of knowledge within reach. Why? Is it the desire to become a pediatrician like Melby? To repay and inherit what has become an irreversible regret? Or is it because he sees his younger self in these children at the ward and genuinely wishes for their swift recovery? Or perhaps it's because every moment he allows himself to relax, he's reminded that Palo and the others are still fighting on the ground. He isn't sure, but he remembers Shorthalt's advice. If you don't know what to do next, focus on what's right in front of you. For you, it means attending medical school and saving lives after graduation. There's always more to learn, always more work to do. You won't have time to think about anything else. Let's take it one step at a time. Become a doctor first. Or better yet, why not become an even better doctor than Melody? Don't overthink things. Just become a doctor first. Just open the ward doors one at a time. That's enough. Wansha pushes open the ward door.
Wansha is here. I got here first. Wansha, I saved up 2 wish cards yesterday. Though I haven't decided what to trade them for. I got one too. I'm gonna trade it for the newest Mecha Girl stickers.
The once quiet ward suddenly springs to life as children well enough to walk gather around. Who gave you all these wish cards while I was away? The nurse walks over. Since you were finally taking a break yesterday, and these kids were behaving so well, the doctor on duty handed some cards out on your behalf. Maka got 2 of them too. Wansha looks at the only boy still confined to bed in the ward. The boy smiles at him gently and points to 2 colorful cards beside his pillow. Maka was especially quiet during his IV drip, and even reminded the nurse not to forget the medicine. Vivian was just as good. She stuck to our agreement of watching only 2 episodes of Mecha Girls before bed. They've both been very responsible. Thanks for taking care of everything. After Natalie leaves, Wansha walks around the ward with his hands in his pockets, making a show of mysterious inspection before finally stopping at Maka's bedside. Now, let me see. Who's been the most well-behaved? Andy? Vivian? Or could it be Maka? He calls out to each child one by one, then dramatically pretends to have a sudden realization. Oh my. Looks like everyone's been working hard on getting better. In that case, how about I give everyone a piece of candy? He reaches into his treasure chest pocket and reveals an assortment of hard candies. After placing one by Maka's pillow, he lets the other children pick their favorites from his hand. The children's cheers bring forth the most relaxed smile on the young doctor's face. Without a goal in mind, it's better to stop overthinking and focus on what's right in front of you. Just like this. Put on the coat, open the door, and bring a bit of joy to the children.
May I have another piece?
Maka whispers.
Wansha?
Wansha snaps back to reality. Yes, the nurse said you were the best behaved yesterday. Have another one. Which flavor would you like?
Is something bothering you, Wansha? When Dad's worried about something, he makes the same face you're making right now.
Oh, wait. Maka's condition isn't looking good. Natalie pinches the bridge of her nose as the quiet examination room makes her drowsy. Beside her, Wansha quickly flips through Maka's medical records and, for once, without his usual yawning. Born with a congenital condition. Multiple surgeries with limited success. No strenuous activity before the next operation. Modern medicine has come so far. There are still diseases that remain beyond our ability to cure. Nothing we can do but our best, I suppose.
Oh,
Professor is handling this case, so don't worry too much about it. You should get some rest. They've got you working the night shift again. It's fine. I'll head back after the professor gets here. I'd like to hear the professor's treatment plan for Maka. It'll be a good learning opportunity for me. The professor specifically asked us to make sure you get some rest. I heard you fell asleep in your office chair again the other day. How many days have you been working non-stop this time? Wansha shakes his head, deflecting the questions about himself as he turns to the final page. What's Maka's family situation like? Do you know what exactly his parents do in Babylonia? His hospitalizations and surgeries require a lot of resources. Things may stay this way for a long time, possibly years. If his family's struggling financially, I can help apply for a fee waiver. Maka's father is his only remaining family, and he volunteered for modification to fight on the ground. The casualty rate among military constructs has never decreased. If his father falls too, the youth center will assume custody of Maka. Understood. Let's focus on treatment for now. Sorry, Maka. I didn't mean to worry you.
I wanna help you, Wansha. Yesterday, the nurse asked me to fetch her terminal, and I did a great job.
Fantastic. I'll make you my assistant.
If I'm your assistant, will you give me more wish cards?
Are these wish cards important to you? Wansha watches as Maka's expression goes uneasy, realizing that the child hasn't used his anything I want cards in a long time.
I heard Dad's long-term mission is over. He'll be back in a few days. How many wish cards would it take to get one day outside? I want to spend a day playing with Dad. If I don't have enough, could I maybe get in advance?
Maka pulls out his colorful wish cards from his pocket, carefully aligning them one by one, each card pristine, without a single bent corner. Have you talked about this with your dad? You're scheduled for surgery this week, and you'll need time to recover afterward.
No.
Wansha bends down to meet Maka at eye level. How about this? We'll wait patiently for him to return. Then we can discuss when you might be discharged, okay? Now, just listen to the doctors and nurses. Focus on your recovery, and I'm sure you'll be able to leave with your father in no time. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Maka nods. The wish cards. I don't need this many. Wansha takes a few colored cards from Maka's hand and returns the thick remaining stack to Maka's pocket. This will do. He tucks the wish card retrieved from Maka into his pocket before turning to perform his routine check on the other children. Suddenly, the terminal rings, and the screen shows someone who hasn't been in touch for a long time. Halo? Halo has been on a long-term mission on the ground. Why would he make contact now? The call connects promptly, but the screen shows nothing but darkness. Halo? What's wrong? You... What? I can't hear you clearly. The other side seems to be saying something, but the static makes it impossible for Wansha to make out a single word. Soon, the communication is forcibly cut off. As Wansha attempts to establish communication again, Natalie comes running in. Is Wansha here? Natalie? I just... Wansha points at his terminal, but Natalie cuts him off. She glances at the bedridden Maka, anxiety evident on her face. Wansha, come with me, now. What? It's Maka's father. His unit requested mass emergency medical support just hours ago. What's the exact situation?
No idea. Everyone in Construct Maintenance is so swamped and can't even spare a moment to explain things properly. Just yesterday, that child said his father's long-term mission would end in a few days. He even told me their travel plans in such detail.
It might not be that bad. I'll go check. Could you please ask the professor to come back? Without time for further instructions, Wansha dashes to the Star of Life Emergency Center. He rushes down the long corridor and opens the emergency stairwell door. He knows the shortcut. The artificial sunlight feels as warm as ever, and the window, the one he once had to tiptoe to peek through, remains unchanged. It was here, as a small child, that he first glimpsed the other side of their world. Frantic constructs and doctors rushing about, and broken constructs being wheeled past. Is it still the same as back then? Many years have passed since that day as he turns his gaze toward the window once again. All because we had to save those dawdling refugees. We got ambushed by a pack of corrupted. We just met up with another team, and now... Hurry! Everyone's gone! Just like that. Do you know how long we were stuck on the ground? We finally had the chance to return to Babylonia. And now look what's happened. How many of us are even left? It's pointless. We use talking about it now. He can't make out what the constructs are saying. Their expressions are all too familiar. Anger, grief, confusion. The maintenance doctors still rush about just as before. Exactly like it was back then. Pull up the stats for this construct version and check for any internal cavity damage. Let the auto maintenance kit treat the external wounds and stop the vital fluid loss. Now, prepare for vital fluid transfusion right away. Professor, we're running low on vital fluid. He needs far too much. Rescue operation in maintenance room 6 has failed. Clean up quickly and bring the next one. There are still so many outside. The professor's face shows even more signs of exhaustion. Look for the severely injured ones. Damage rates between 40 and 70%. But some are worse. Resources are stretched too thin. There's no point bringing them in. This isn't an execution chamber. I can help. A young man in a lab coat stands in front of maintenance room 6, announcing to the professor and assistant inside. The busy professor spares him only a glance before returning to their emergency procedure. Connection cable, now. The assistant swiftly hands over what the professor needs. Professor Chiron, I've completed the construct maintenance course. You personally approved my basic construct maintenance certification. I can handle 2 emergency procedures at once through the remote maintenance. I've practiced countless times on medical equipment. Aspirator. Professor, I know him. He excelled in construct maintenance class 2, even if his experience is limited to medical simulators. Not much I'm aware of. Wansha stands at the entrance of the emergency center, speaking rapidly. For a fleeting moment, he feels like a child again, only as tall as an adult's legs, with his view filled by hems of white lab coats. Will there be another Palo standing there? Could it be Maka? Professor Chiron, I won't take up any maintenance room space. I can work outside. Please, let me take care of the lightly injured constructs. You, please, save those with over 70% too. Professor Chiron wastes another second on Wansha. Start up a remote maintenance unit for them and bring in those constructs who can still sit up by the door. I'm on it. Wansha can't even remember how many maintenance procedures were performed that day. His hands, covered in vital fluid, never stop working. The remote maintenance cables feel like they've fused into his head. The pain numbs anything else. Repair, maintenance, Turn around and there's another construct lying there in pain, and more repairs, more maintenance. No different from humans, really. When the construct's bionic skin ruptures, it creates the same bloody, mangled mess. Stay still and bear with it for a moment. It'll be over soon. It hurts so much. I'll help you. It'll be alright. You wouldn't understand. Every time I come to this damn place, Wansh's vision blurs black. His hands slip, applying too much pressure. Vital fluid seeps from the wound anew. His remote maintenance kit misaligns by an inch, drawing a cry of pain from the construct. Sorry. Disconnect him, now! The throbbing in his head vanishes instantly. Wansha slumps to the floor, as if his very soul has been sucked from his body. That's enough. Stop. Not yet. As if answering Wansha's determination, more constructs come rushing through the airlock connecting to the emergency center, carrying new patients on stretchers. 3 minutes, Professor. Give me 3 minutes and I'll be rested enough to hook up the maintenance kit. Wansha takes a deep breath, pushes himself up from the ground, and rushes to check on the new patient's injuries. Elevate the chest cavity, but don't touch the neck. Careful now. The construct's injuries are severe. His face is completely disfigured, but one can still tell he underwent modification at a young age. Lift carefully. Yes, like that. Wansha. The construct holding the injured person hesitantly calls out Wansha's name. Xian. Is that you? Wansha recognizes this veteran construct. He served in the same squad as Pelo's parents. After their incident, he helped take care of Pelo. You still remember me? Xian closes his eyes in pain, looking more worn out than ever. Another mission gone wrong. Another... Yes. It's happened again. This time it was his turn. Wansha freezes for a split second, before sharply looking back down at the nearly destroyed construct. Vital fluid has stained the construct's synthetic hair, obscuring what was once a distinctive color. I can't bear to watch this happen in front of me anymore. A gasp ripples through the crowd, and Chiron looks up. The construct slumps dejectedly on the ground, having laid down the critically wounded patient in his arm. The white-haired doctor kneels beside the patient, shouting for medical equipment while applying pressure above the amputation site on the patient's leg. Get me the maintenance kit. It's too late, Wansha. Wansha holds the maintenance tools, but can only watch helplessly at Pelo's wounds, both old and new, covering his body, each one more horrifying than the last. He's still so young. What about a recall? Yes, he can still perform a recall. He has no vital signs. No. There must be a way. Wansha wipes his face with his hand, but instead of clearing his blurry vision, he only manages to smear vital fluid near his eye. The world before his eyes turns crimson red, his hands trembling to the point of near spasm, but nothing he could do would make a difference now. The lifeless construct lies before him. Through his chaotic thoughts, Wansha grasps onto a single memory. He realizes that this is the very place where they first met. Back then, Pelo was crying and calling out for his mother, while innocently exposing the young doctor's lie. Your mother will be fine. She's just severely injured and needs to enter stasis.
Stasis? construct stasis?
Yes, current medical technology can't restore her mobility right away. She needs to stay in stasis for a while before she can be treated.
For how long?
Many years? Maybe after you grow up. How old are you now?
7.5.
Then in 8 years. 8.5 years. Maybe when you're 16, she'll wake up.
I can wait.
Monsha chokes back tears and lowers his head, releasing his hand from Pelo's wound. No vital fluid gushing out anymore. 16. You underwent the modification. You were still too young. Why did it take me so long to understand? Blown things up, made our noise. None of it matters anymore. Everything we could do is useless. Let's end this. I'm going in for modification this month. Why? It's just going to the ground. There's no need for modification, right? Certainly no need to rush it. No! It is urgent! Sooner the better. I'm done waiting. I'll never turn 16. Pelo made his choice to never confront the moment when the lie would unravel. Perhaps this way, he could die while still holding on to hope. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Guilt is etched across Cien's face as his mind shift warnings begin to sound. Several constructs carefully escort him away. Monsha pays no attention to Cien's departure. His head hangs low. His hair, damp with sweat and vital fluid, droops across his forehead as he appears to be in prayer. Won't someone lie to me too? This chapter's so heavy. And also, like, I'm struggling a little bit with the hospital stuff. This stuff hits on some pretty deep-seated fears of mine, unfortunately. Anyway, refutation. They seem well accustomed to such outbursts from across the table, continuing to listen to his statement with cold indifference, not even raising an eyebrow. I wonder if my mic picks up just the sound of me drinking. I don't think it would, but it can pick things up. I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. Anyway, the desperate work continues late into the night as the artificial sky slowly shifts to its nocturnal state. Monsha leans against a piece of equipment, silently staring at the aftermath before him. The gaunt professor approaches, peeling off his gloves stained with vital fluid. He tries to help Monsha up, but Monsha clutches his head and waves him away. The emergency response is over now. Contact your mentor tomorrow to explain the situation. You should go home and rest. It's not over. There are still so many constructs lying there. It's over. We're understaffed and under-resourced. The construct maintenance department can only handle so much. Pulling doctors from other emergency centers won't help. This is always how it ends after large-scale operations. The professor remembers something and lets out a sigh. There's no end to those who need saving. Was that fallen construct your friend? What fallen? Wansha staggers to his feet, manages 2 steps, then has to brace himself against the nearby wall. Can't stop. Halo never came back. Maka's father is still missing. There's no end to this. Can't stop. Wansha leans against the wall to catch his breath, then tries to search the maintenance rooms one by one, but Chiron stops him. You might want to look over there instead. Chiron points at a metal box nearby, its surface also covered in vital fluid. What's in there? Nameplates. It's a sturdy metal box containing nameplates torn from various constructs, each one bearing their names. Wansha bends down and carefully sifts through the contents, piece by piece. He feels the engravings on the nameplates inch by inch, like a blind person. Some nameplates are so worn that the names are barely visible, while others are still shiny and new, without a single scratch. Eventually, he finds Maka's father's nameplate. Found it. Take the nameplates you're looking for and go. You've done enough for today. What can I do? What? What can I do to save them? Who are you trying to save? The constructs? I don't want to lose anyone. Humans, constructs, any of them. He recalls his first birthday, that distant moment when he was surrounded by many. Halo, Melvi, Cien, and he made a wish. I want everyone to stay by my side forever. Professor, I want to transfer departments. I'll apply for an extended internship as soon as I get back. Why don't you go eliminate the punishing virus right now? I'll say it again. You can't save everyone. Don't come back here anymore, Wansha. Pediatrics is far better than construct maintenance. Professor, Several staff members approach from behind them, their eyes meeting Wansha's. Wansha? A staff member quickly scans Wansha's face with the device. Identity confirmed. Take him away. You are obligated to answer every question I'm about to ask. In a closed room, several stern-faced individuals stare intently at Wansha from across the table. Did you go to the emergency center today and participate in construct emergency treatment? Who are you people? Do you admit to participating in today's construct emergency procedures? Yes. How many operations? How many constructs did you handle? I don't remember. It wasn't just a few. There were countless of them. Too many to count. You were about to receive your pediatric residency certification. Why did you suddenly decide to work with constructs today? It wasn't on a whim. It was... Wansha freezes as the person before him takes out his coat that was left outside, then fishes out 2 nameplates from a pocket stained with vital fluid. What's your connection to these 2 constructs? Wansha points at Maka's father's nameplate. His son is in the pediatric ward, about to undergo surgery. I'm the doctor in charge. What about this one? He places Pelo's nameplate on the table. He's my friend. Did you know he was suspected of desertion? Halo was the construct assigned to reconnaissance for this operation. He failed to report the corrupted swarm's attack in time, resulting in heavy construct casualties and a high refugee death toll. He went AWOL into an area with extreme punishing concentration. His teammates managed to bring him back. The Star of Life later pronounced him dead, despite their attempts to save him. Later simulations showed his monitoring module and personal detection equipment were fully functional, and Babylonia's combat support system had warned him in time. There was no way he could have missed the corrupted swarm. Based on his history, we've determined there's a high probability he will defect. The privacy design makes it impossible for Wansha to see what is displayed in front of the staff, but their expression reminds him of the volunteer specialist from years ago, who had casually reviewed his brief life with a few comments. Most importantly, during his absence from the team, he made one transmission to Babylonia, his only recent communication. It was with you. Yes, I received his transmission, but I couldn't make out a word he was saying. Can't you access the construct's data logs? Wansha's heart suddenly races as emotions surge in his chest, threatening to burst forth. No matter what happened, he would never desert us. Something must have forced his hand. The data storage unit in Palo's frame is damaged. Repairs are still ongoing. As for your other statements, we will verify each one thoroughly. There's something else. The staff member gives Wansha a dismissive glance before opening a new file. Before you went to medical school, you gathered people from the youth center and caused a small commotion at the exhibition hall, which led to disciplinary action from the center. The situation was being handled by designated personnel at the time, so there's no need to elaborate. You could have just collected their nameplates and left. Why did you stay at the emergency center for so long? Why? I wanted to save people. I could help with the rescue, so why should I leave? These are your equipment usage records from the Construct Maintenance Department. You occupied a remote maintenance unit, and on top of that, you wasted even more maintenance resources. Occupied? Wasted? You don't belong in the Construct Maintenance Department. You're just a pediatrics intern. There's a vast gap between human medicine and construct maintenance science. Never mind recovery. The survival rate of constructs under your care today doesn't even reach 10%. Looking at the results, you hoarded resources that other constructs needed to survive, leading to at least 8 construct deaths. Why would you risk imprisonment to do all this? Wansha's fingers press hard against the table, his knuckles turning white. The anger and disgust in his chest finally boil over. Because no one was available to save those critically wounded constructs. Wouldn't have even had a 10% chance of survival. Did you even see the chaos at the emergency center today? Wansha catches sight of their expressions and falls silent. They seem well accustomed to such outbursts from across the table, continuing to listen to his statement with cold indifference, not even raising an eyebrow. Since explaining is pointless, go ahead and sentence me. Wansha lets out a bitter smile and gives up defending himself. To him, this feels even more absurd and futile than that firework incident. Left in a dark room, Wansha awaits further questioning. Time stretches endlessly. He loses track of how long it's been. He sleeps fitfully, constantly searching his memories to understand why Palo would contact him in such an emergency. He worries about Natalie discovering Palo's message, and remains concerned about Maka's surgery. Someone enters the room and turns on the lights, only to find Wansha with even darker circles under his eyes. Professor Chiron? A sudden burst of light makes Wansha squint, but he can still make out who it is. Professor Chiron from the Construct Maintenance Department stands before him, holding Wansha's terminal. Professor. His voice is bitter with grief, both for Palo and for himself. Palo can't be a traitor. He'd never deliberately lead everyone to their death. I didn't waste any construct resources. I didn't cause 8 constructs to lose their lives. You can prove it. The professor doesn't answer. After a moment of silence, Wansha changes the subject with another question. How is Maka doing? He's my patient. Please check on his condition for me. He's not stable and his surgery's coming up soon. Don't let him know about his father. And the pediatric nurse working with me, she's also Palo's friend. I can't let her know about what happened to Palo yet. Chiron lets out a long sigh. You may go now. This interrogation was standard procedure. Since your friend is at the center of this incident, those who won't leave no stone unturned would naturally want to question you as well. Fortunately, people out there are busy working on your behalf. I won't be coming after you again for now. Out there. Who? Quite a few people. Classmates, pediatrics mentor, and Professor Hippocrates. She was the first to notice something was wrong. Perhaps because retirement is approaching and she has more free time, she decided on a whim to check the pediatric resident's duty roster. That's when she noticed the most diligent intern was absent. In the construct maintenance department, the medical staff present can prove that your actions weren't a waste of medical resources. In fact, they provided new data. Compared to similar cases in the past, you've actually improved the success rate of emergency treatments. Not everyone has the clearance to transfer data from the construct maintenance department, Professor. Don't overthink it. All you need to know is that you're in the clear, and they have no reason to fabricate false charges against you. These procedures are nothing more than a warning. I don't know what your friend did, but you said at the emergency center today, could destabilize a construct. Some truths are better left undisturbed. Not everyone can handle reality as it is. Chiron opens the door for Wanshi, gesturing for him to leave. Thanks. It's mainly because they don't suspect Palo as much anymore. They inspected your terminal and backed up the messages Palo left for you. Only then was I allowed to come in and take you away. Messages from Palo? Brace yourself. Chiron places Wanshi's terminal in his hands. Palo's face flashes briefly on the screen before he points the recorder at his surroundings. Signal's terrible. Finally managed to get through. You look like you can't hear a word I'm saying. I never expected the sky near the dead zone to be so blue. Thought it'd be red. Wanted to send you a photo, but nothing's going through. Never mind. Cien and the others are out scanning for nearby corrupted. The reason I'm trying to reach you is... I think I saw something. I feel like you should know about this. I can't be certain yet. I hope it's just in my head. Approaching the dead zone. My Enver device definitely won't get us through. Maybe it'll take a decade or so for the punishing concentration here to drop. Wonder if I'll join some elite squad by then. The elite squads all have such cool names. Some fly in the sky, some dash on the ground. And then there's Raptor. Man, Raptor. Just thinking about it gets me hyped. My mission is to assist with the conservation area evacuation. Everything's been going smoothly so far. Don't know why there's suddenly a corrupted swarm gathering nearby. They haven't moved for 3 days now. If it weren't just for safety's sake, I'd say we don't even need to evacuate. Palo's footsteps come to a halt as he raises his wrist to check the squad signal. The leader called for assembly. I need to get back to monitoring the corrupted horde. About what I just saw. Never mind. I'll let it go for now. We'll have a proper talk when I get back. The footage becomes shaky as Palo runs with the recorder, his breath coming in heavy gasps. I wasn't planning to go deeper in, but I saw that thing again. I had to message you. I tried to tell Cien and the others too. I can't reach them through the special channel. Makes no sense. This isn't even about finding someone trustworthy to tell anyone. Can't reach anyone at all. If you get this message, you have to respond quickly. Wanshi! I followed that thing. and ended up in some strange place. I have no idea where I am, and these messages probably won't even get through. All the electronic equipment is being affected. I have a bad feeling about this. The image starts to distort. Palos slams the recorder twice, but it refuses to return to normal. Listen, there was a strange corrupted wandering around earlier. Its punishing readings were off the charts. I think it's still nearby. This is bad. I need to get out of here, fast. Is the punishing spreading again? The concentration wasn't nearly this high on this path just moments ago. Only 15 minutes had passed when the display grew almost completely dark. Palos' messages now become increasingly fragmented. Switch. Plan. Remember? Your willing exchange. I'm very grateful. But I never thanked you properly. Thank you, Wansha. I really want to be unstruck up. I want to save as many as possible. There's still many constructs, like Mom. And it's mediocre. But did you want you? The info seemed quite clean. This time, sing. Palos' voice grows more and more distant. But a shame. Mine. Critical. I'm afraid upload won't initialize. Might as well break. Can't go back. Wansha. There's no way back for me now. The corrupted are here. No choice. Zien came. I dragged him into this. I'm sorry. That thing said. I heard it anyway. Watch it. It's coming. You. A corrupted shadow falls across the screen. What is this? Wansha, don't come here. Please, stay away. A piercing shriek comes through the display, followed by Palos' agonized scream. Don't come here. Wansha's hands clench around the terminal. The day's grief has left his nerves numb as he listens to Palos' final message, unable to form a single word. With these messages, they'll probably write off Palos' case as an accident. Sudden accidents with Corrupted are all too common these days. His leader, Cien, is still in the maintenance ward, suffering from severe mind deviation. It might take a long time for him to recover. After Palos' message ends, another notification pops up. Wansha mechanically taps on it. Wansha, please respond immediately when you get this message. A few constructs just arrived at the emergency center saying Palo is their teammate. But I haven't seen Palo. It won't tell me anything. If you know something. Natalie's voice breaks with emotion as she speaks. You were closest to Palo. Have you heard anything? I heard he was the only one in the entire squad who didn't make it. Go home. I've spoken with your mentor. She wants you to take a few days off. Can't rest yet. Maka still needs surgery. Then I suggest you get yourself together before stepping into the operating room. Wansha pushes himself up, gripping the edge of the desk for support. Professor, I want to apologize for turning down your kindness back then. Back then, I couldn't find anything to drive me forward as a doctor. But now my goals have changed. Good. I'm glad you found a new purpose. I want to transfer to construct maintenance. Professor, you wouldn't take me as your intern back in medical school, and even today, because you're too honest for your own good. Someone like you wouldn't be able to stomach the current state of construct maintenance. We can't save everyone, we can't fix everything, and we can't even speak up about the obvious problems staring us in the face. The secrets we have to cover up only grow in number, and we tell ourselves it's for the greater good. Are you absolutely certain you want to join construct maintenance? If there's even the smallest way I can help. Chiron recognizes these familiar words. In a past conversation, Wansha has said the same thing. If there's even the smallest way I can help. First, finish your business at the pediatrics department and have a proper talk with your mentor. Then come find me. Oh boy. That's... There's a lot happening here. Silent night. Such a sunny day. That evening, Wansha, now a seasoned member of the construct maintenance department, meticulously inspects his tools alongside Professor Chiron as they both check their protective suits and prepare for the next operation. How are you finding the work here, Wansha? The head of pediatrics visited yesterday. He said you're working harder than ever, and he warned me not to overwork you. He threatened to take you back to his department if I don't look after you better. I'm doing fine. I want to contribute more, and you've all been incredibly helpful, guiding me through every step of the maintenance process. Besides, everyone here works incredibly hard. Don't overwork yourself. Your health is paramount. Pushing yourself to the limit would only hinder your progress in the long run. Chiron leans against the closet door, bracing himself. Let's go. We're lucky today. Only 2 minor procedures left, and the patients aren't seriously injured. Oh, right. Professor. Wansha hands him a document. Oh boy. While organizing the files, I found some strange documents that seem related to construct recall. Could you help me understand them after the surgery? Chiron furrows his brow as he takes the documents. You alone when you were organizing the documents? No. Why? Chiron secures the documents in the cabinet. Or did this ever happen? Don't tell a soul. Don't look at me like that. This isn't some kind of shady deal, though. I have to admit, your ability to uncover these things is quite remarkable. Maintenance Station 4 is yours. Now go. Professor! The assistant bursts through the door with urgent news. There's a construct outside. What's happening? Her limbs are severely damaged, and she's showing signs of severe mind deviation. We need to see this. The assistant looks visibly shaken, struggling to continue. Wansha's usually cheerful assistant looks utterly distraught. There's no time to question it. He rushes to the maintenance room with the rest of the staff. Another special construct, huh? Again? Wansha, who has been trailing behind Chiron, finally sees the construct lying on the maintenance table as Chiron sighs. A young girl construct lies on the table, her limbs shattered, a metal pipe protruding from her chest. She forces her eyes open, a trickle of vital fluid escaping her lips, her gaze fixed stubbornly on Wansha, as if he's her only hope.
Help me.
Don't worry, we'll save you. I'm setting up the connection maintenance equipment now. The doctors are already at work in the maintenance room, connecting data cables to the girl construct's frame. Melvie had warned him about these special constructs. Their suffering is unimaginable, but those who created them were indifferent to their pain. They are a product of tragedy. Pass me the aspirator. Wansha examines the construct again, only to find she's unconscious on the table. Perhaps reaching this point has pushed her beyond her limits. This is happening too fast. The mind monitor alarms are flaring, the readings fluctuating wildly. Everyone's breaking into a cold sweat. Standard protocols are useless now. With this level of mind deviation, we need to brace ourselves for the worst. What if we try a recall? Might still be a chance to save her. Wansha's hand instinctively reaches for the recall activation device. Don't activate the recall. Chiron slaps Wansha's hand away, his face hardening. Professor, we don't have the resources to save her. Forget the resource drain. Her mind is too unstable for a recall. It would shatter once activated. We should probably mark her down as deceased. Well, let's give it one last try. No, I need to find another way. Wansha utters a familiar no. Last time he said that, Palo was already beyond saving. He constantly replays that day in his mind, wondering what he could have done differently to save Palo. Every sleepless night, he replays the events, searching for a different outcome, a way to save him. Get that metal pipe out of her first, then extract her artificial heart. I need to perform an external heart repair. Wansha fiddles with his gloves, his eyes drawn to the damaged artificial heart. I have a background in clinical medicine. Well, this is vastly different from treating humans. I have to try something. Professor, leave it to Wansha. Everyone follow his instructions. Thank you, everybody. Remove the tube. Now, widen the incision at the sternum and extract the vital fluid from the chest cavity. Yes, that's it. Guided by Wansha, the night shift attempts a maintenance procedure unlike anything they've ever performed. Despite their rigorous medical training, they strive to understand and follow Wansha's instructions. Their efforts seem to be paying off. The construct's mind deviation is stabilized, though it remains dangerously high. Isolate the main circuit. Prepare for external circulation. The assistant recoils as he opens the construct's chest cavity. Her human-like appearance still unsettles him. She looks like a child. She should be in a cultivation center, right? Professor Chiron finds himself gradually pushed aside by the flurry of activity, finally setting down his maintenance tools. I'm leaving it in your hands. Professor, where are you going? I'll check the other two maintenance rooms. Follow Wansha's instructions. Professor, open the main circulation line. Begin the vital fluid transfusion. You, monitor the mind fluctuations in real time. Understood. I'm on my way, Wansha. Hi, Ben loves food. They're doing construct surgery on a child construct. Chiron steps into the hallway. The motion sensor lights dim behind him as he walks, conserving energy. Chiron suddenly remembers a scene from the emergency center years ago. A child, with startling directness, exposed an intern's lies. Later, he saw that same child in medical school, excelling academically. Yeah, like a robot. And there he was, defying orders, stubbornly trying to save the critically injured construct in the maintenance department. Please, save those with over 70% too. And then, just now, in a situation like this, I have to try. When was the last time I said something like, I have to try? When did he lose that unwavering determination that Wansha embodies? Was it that afternoon when the fire raged? Finally! We've got the data we need. Chiron, our team won't be disbanded, and we get to keep the lab. The colleague in front of him is crying tears of joy, clutching the latest experimental data and examining it repeatedly. Chiron recalls that this colleague wasn't even this excited when his daughter was born. Aren't you pleased? The colleague excitedly pats him on the back. I'm happy for sure. After all, I've been your assistant for all these years. As the heavy pats continue, he forces an awkward smile. He never sought fame or fortune. He used a minor research breakthrough to find refuge at the Selenograd laboratory, surviving the initial chaos of the punishing. Having reached middle age, all he wants is a stable place to make a living. A few years ago, I wouldn't have understood this feeling at all. What feeling? Now I understand this feeling of wanting to do something for humanity. Yes. Every step we take now has a purpose. Perhaps one day we'll overcome the limitations of these clumsy remote connection pods. Perhaps we'll even achieve recall. It's a tragedy that those who perished in the connection pods and the constructs lost in battle won't see this day. It's worth it. Everything is worth it. Their sacrifices won't be in vain. Chiron, transmit the data to Babylonia now. The information exchange with Babylonia continued for over a month, until that fateful afternoon. As usual, Chiron hurries to the testing grounds, recorder in hand, only to spot a small figure lurking in the shadows. Typical. Whose family are you with? Family? What are your parents' names? Did you get lost? I don't have parents. Chiron steps forward and leads the child out from the shadows. Only then does he see the source of the boy's terror. He's a construct, his legs bound by restraints. What's this? The children avoid Chiron, often being quite rude to him. What's there to be surprised about? Isn't this all you're doing? The people in white coats are all rotten to the core. That's impossible. Who brought you in here? No idea. Someone bought us and brought us here. 4 vials of immune serum for a test subject like me. Where are they keeping you confined? The boy points casually toward the other end of the corridor, indifferent to whether the people in white coats would catch him again. As an assistant, Chiron has never set foot in this dimly lit corner before. Trembling with disbelief and even a glimmer of hope, he steps into this place for the first time. This can't be happening. They kids huddled together, looking like lab rats from the Golden Age.
The white coats are back. Hide, or you'll be next. They're testing everyone's mind stability today. No one ever comes back from those tests, right?
Chiron stares at the child who spoke in shock. The other children fall silent as someone enters the room. Chiron? You knew about these test subjects? Everyone knows. You just don't have the clearance. They're human beings. They're just children. Since when did you have the right to treat them as test subjects? In these harsh times, their right to be considered human is something that must be granted by others. Human rights, huh? I've been your loyal assistant for years. Telling me the data I've been sending to Babylonia came from experiments on children? So this is the truth behind your perfect results? Your successes? This is outrageous. Everyone knows that protecting the next generation is paramount for the survival of humanity. This is a matter of the greater good. Chiron gently reaches for the boy's hand, but the child recoils, his eyes filled with disgust far beyond his years.
Don't pretend to be nice. You're just like them, wearing those white coats.
The experiments continued as usual that day. Chiron still can't figure out if Babylonia's researchers truly failed to notice those suspiciously perfect data points, or if they knowingly turned a blind eye. He no longer cares to figure it out, for he had already made the most resolute decision of his life back then. Aided by accelerants, the flames violently engulfed the research lab. The fire engulfed the entire facility, destroying all the equipment in the containment rooms where the infected test subjects were being held. The corrupted escaped their containment, attacking the defenseless researchers. Chiron waits for the Babylonia rescue team to arrive, then discreetly slips the salvaged access terminal into his pocket. He always considered himself weak, but exposing the scandal was the most resolute act of his life. Since then, whether captured by the military or working in the construct maintenance department at the Star of Life, the all-consuming rage that once consumed him has never returned. He's seen firsthand how this scandal has ruined lives, including Melvy's. Melvy seeks him out when she hears he's been transferred to construct maintenance department. As Melvy enters, Chiron shuts down the equipment. I saw it. It didn't make any major breakthroughs, just like you. Some of the interfaces. I'll never forget them. Are you still researching mind technology? No, I'm just trying to confirm a few things. You mean recall? Do you think we'll ever see that happen? I heard Wanshu into the ground. You're helping her care for the child? Don't tell me you're using this as some kind of atonement. I'm not here for parenting advice. I need to ask you a favor. I hope he pursues medicine one day. When that time comes, I'd appreciate it if you could keep an eye on him. I find it hard to believe you have no ulterior motives. This is my ulterior motive. A stable life as a doctor in Babylonia would suit him well, and he has a natural aptitude for medicine. What do you need me to do for him? If he chooses a different path, I'd appreciate a letter of recommendation from you. As his temporary guardian, I should maintain some distance. Certainly. If he's qualified for an internship, should I recommend him to the construct maintenance department? No. He should avoid this field entirely. He shouldn't have anything to do with constructs, mind, or anything related. I thought you craved the thrill of self-sacrifice, always yearning to save people on the ground. I never expected you to be so invested in something like this. You're right. I was planning to volunteer for ground missions before Wanshu entrusted the child to me. But seeing children, having them around, it's completely different. You want to protect them until they can stand on their own. Chiron, only then do you truly understand the preciousness of watching a child grow up, knowing how many never get the chance. Melody's tenderness is unexpected. Chiron wonders if her time in pediatrics has changed her. You do anything to protect them, even if it means facing the worst. Their futures are bright. Anyone who threatens them, they're all jerks. I don't understand. We started using children in experiments. We lost our future. Our civilization is doomed. Even the children raised in the greenhouse and the garden offer no hope. That's not an option. Don't think this is virtue signaling, even if you don't understand it now. One day, you'll see Wansha grow up, and you'll see the next generation of children. Then you'll understand. It was a beautiful morning. The Star of Life welcomes new talent. All of you are elites of the medical school.
Wansha! How dare you sleep on a day like this? Wake up and listen to the department introductions properly. Don't go picking some weird department without thinking it through.
Natalie vigorously shakes Wansha's shoulders, drawing the attention of students in the seats around them. I was doing some practice questions last night. Which department did you apply for?
I want to go into pediatrics, but my preliminary exam results were just average. Not sure if they'll take me. I might have to rotate through other departments instead.
One by one, professors from each department take the stage to outline their internship programs.
Wow, look at all those credentials. Wonder if I'll ever become someone like that.
Natalie's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. The hairpin she received from the cultivation center still adorns her hair, showing signs of age. Wansha types on the terminal, occasionally glancing at Natalie. When Natalie notices, he quietly puts the terminal away.
Why do you keep staring at me? Just spit it out.
It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask which department you're thinking of joining.
That's definitely not what you wanted to ask. You've already dedicated your heart and soul to the noble pursuit of medicine.
Natalie makes an exaggerated gesture of offering oneself to the heavens, arms raised dramatically.
Who asked exactly? You're a terrible liar. Everyone can see it on your face.
Fine, it was Palo. But keep my name out of it.
When did Palo ask you to speak to me?
Wait, what happened?
Six months ago. He asked you to check on my preferred assignments, but he hasn't even sent me a personal message. All I get are those group messages.
He's been busy lately. I heard the elite squad is recruiting. He's interested in joining.
Oh, please. You're only interested in the Star of Life because of Aunt Melvie. What about him? He's off fighting a war, risking his life. I know. You don't need to tell me. Let's keep listening to the professor. The professor of the final department slowly makes his way to the stage, looking down at the sea of fresh faces before him.
I am Professor Chiron, head of the Construct Maintenance Department. All eyes in the room fix upon the gaunt professor. Those of you interested in interning at the Construct Maintenance Department should be mentally prepared for what's ahead. You must steel yourself to witness death regularly. Your mental fortitude may need to surpass even that of the constructs themselves. Chiron studies the faces before him, young and curious, most of them knowing little about constructs. Chiron holds no expectations. Working in construct maintenance has never been a desirable position. Like every year, this department will likely attract no volunteers. He'll just wait for the list of students reassigned here. Professor, I have a question. But this year is different. His attention is drawn to a young man in the crowd, whose friends keep nudging him while whispering amongst themselves. This young man, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, is the same boy who, during career track selection, had indignantly shoved Chiron's recommendation back across the table. His features have softened from their youthful tension, his shoulders broader than before, all traces of childhood gone. Chiron can't help but study these obvious changes, realizing this is no longer the same boy who had once stubbornly insisted on searching for Wanshu on the ground. The young man makes that most timeless of human gestures, raising his hand high into the air. Professor Chiron, you're one of the authors of the medical school textbooks. I would like to ask why you haven't upgraded the treatment plans for the latest construct models this year. You usually do so promptly. You're the one who scored highest on this year's basic certification exam. I am. We've made some changes to how we revise textbooks this year. Feel free to stop by my office if you have any questions. Chiron delivers these final words and steps down from the podium. For the first time, someone watches Chiron go, their gaze lingering long after he leaves the room. For the first time, someone actually seeks him out for advice on construct maintenance. Wanshu, you should consider an internship at Star of Life. Which department interests you? Not construct maintenance. Just not construct maintenance? So I was your first choice? The young man falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then he gives his reply. Yes, I wanted to work in construct maintenance first, and pediatrics second. I even interned in the neonatal unit. Well, I'm happy to work anywhere I can help people. Professor, I want to go to the Star of Life. I want to save lives. When Wanshu's golden eyes meet his, Chiron finally grasps the meaning of Melvi's words. Despite the uncertainties that lie ahead, these young people remain dedicated to their current responsibilities. They work tirelessly, their future brimming with promise as they pave their own way. They deserve to be raised up. The lights cast a dim glow in the night. Chiron paces the hallway for hours, restless. He finally decides to head back to the maintenance room, hoping against hope that Wanshu's plan might somehow save that girl. Rounding the corner, he's met with a surprising sight. A group of doctors are lounging on the floor, chatting amongst themselves, instead of tending to their strange test subjects. Wanshu, you wouldn't believe the types you find here in the maintenance room of constructs. Some are just in it for the military perks, and others see it as a stepping stone to a job at Cosmos Industries. Plenty of people talk about saving constructs, but few are willing to put in the work. Yeah, I got it. I once saw a child in tears, pleading for their construct mother to wake up. The emotional impact was devastating. I almost transferred out that very day. The assistant avoids Wanshu's gaze, the memory still vivid. Those fragmented pleas. He lived in constant fear that that child, with hair the color of bruised plums, would appear at his door one day, asking for a mother. Tragically, the child met the same fate as the construct mother. Death. Constructs are frontline soldiers, Wanshu. The damage we see here is far beyond anything a human doctor would ever encounter. No wonder most people can't handle it for long. We've never had a case like this before. Not only did you give up a promising career in pediatrics, but you genuinely treat maintaining constructs as if you're healing patients. Take tonight, for example. Everyone was ready to abandon hope. Even Professor Chiron. If constructs ever stand as equals with humans one day, you will certainly be remembered as one of the most earnest pioneers who made it possible. Wansha listens quietly to the assistant's words. It's not quite like what you're saying. I just want to save everyone, that's all. Wansha? Oh, Professor, you're still here. The doctors fall silent as the professor approaches. How's the patient? They point toward the maintenance room, their eyes lighting up. The maintenance room door remains closed, and the only sound is the steady beeping of equipment. Done our part. The module repairs can be left to the next shift. Let's take a break. This is our first time handling a case like this. Say, Wansha, if you're planning to publish a paper on this, mind adding me as a co-author? In the light, Chiron observes them. Everyone else is roughly Wansha's age, a generation raised in the gilded cage of Babylonia's artificial prosperity, except for the assistant. Chiron struggles to find the words, his lips trembling slightly. What is there to say? Should he confess that his long-lost faith, courage, and hope for humanity has been rekindled by what he once considered a lost cause? Or that he finally understands there are countless Melvies dismissed as fools who dedicate their lives to nurturing, to raising up the next generation of humanity? A thought consumes him, growing larger with every passing second. He has kept Babylonia's secret about recall for years. Every attempt to confirm it has led him to the same chilling truth. It's a lie. He never tried to expose the truth, believing it would be futile. He thought nothing would ever change. But Wansha, this child is opening his eyes to new possibilities. What if he allows Wansha to forge his own path? Will Wansha repeat their mistakes? Will he follow in their footsteps? Will he make the same choices? Will he ultimately meet the same end? Professor, you should get some rest. We'll head back to the dormitory soon. The assistant and others rush to help Wansha to his feet. Wait, Wansha, can you stay for a moment? Huh? I need to talk to you. Come to my office. Chiron turns and leads Wansha into the silent night. It was the moment that shattered the silent night. The whistleblowers have been arrested. We're now examining the captured human for injuries. I can't believe a professor would do something like this. From the prison transport, Chiron watches Wansha walk away from the airdrop platform, a free man. He raises a finger to his lips, signaling silence. He must take the fall. Wansha must remain free. He told the truth about the recall to Wansha that day in the office. Wansha was clearly in denial. He probably didn't even register the last few words. The recall project was officially disbanded years ago. Every single team was shut down. The rumors of its success, a collective lie, carefully crafted to maintain social order. Wansha, you're like a newborn, untouched by the world, pure in your essence. Melvi once called you redemption for many. I never meant to hurt you, Wansha. I simply wanted to see what you were capable of. Blinding light fills the room as Chiron enters, momentarily disorienting him. The intense light and the surge of excitement transport him back to the fire at the Zelenograd laboratory. What a glorious day. Several staff members enter the room, their eyes fixed on the traitor who tried to expose the truth about recall. How will I die? If I had a choice, I'd rather die from overwork. Okay, so we're back to Wansha's old frame for this one. Meds and deceit. No one wants to be that person again. The one everyone saves, only to be left behind once more. A transport vehicle makes its way through the city's ruins. We should reach the conservation area in about half an hour. We're making good progress. This is the largest conservation area in the region. Once the detected corrupted horde gets any closer, we'll have to evacuate everyone. Fortunately, the other construct squads are here to assist with the relocation. We won't be outnumbered. Short halt, we've received a message from the conservation staff. They've also been warned about the approaching corrupted horde, and have started gathering supplies. They recently took in a group of refugees, and many of the children are running high fevers. They're barely able to move. We have to evacuate them now. It's going to be a major problem. A blonde construct peeks out from behind the transport vehicle. Lots of kids? Why not leave them to me and Wansha? He carries several children at once, and Wansha used to be a pediatrician. He's great with kids. It's not happening. We need to stay with us and help guard the perimeter of the conservation area. Let's try to avoid a full evacuation. Hey, Wansha, do we have any basic medicine left? The transport vehicle hits a rock, sending the constructs inside lurching. Someone in the back stirs, raising his hand hesitantly before dropping it. Wansha says, leave it to me! It's fantastic to have a military doctor who can treat both humans and constructs. Wansha, since you're not a construct, stay inside the conservation area and watch over the refugees. All constructs, spread out around the perimeter and work with other squads to track the corrupted's movements. Be ready to intercept them at any time. Short halt gestures toward the terminal, signaling the other squad members. Keep your comms open, stay in contact, and don't forget to send the emergency signal if anything goes wrong. The constructs spring into action, gathering ammunition and preparing their equipment. Combat medic Wansha rises, his worn white coat concealing the handgun at his waist. The transmission from Babylonia arrives. What's wrong? Just received word that Babylonia is sending a team of volunteer doctors to that conservation area due to an infection outbreak. Looking after kids again? Young volunteer doctors at that. Ewan mutters under his breath. It's a blessing to be treating children. Better than losing your elderly parents. Isn't it great to have other doctors? This way Wansha can finally get some rest. He was practically asleep on his feet the last time I saw him. Yeah, but our mission just got more complicated. We're now responsible for the safety of the volunteer doctors as well as the refugees. Some Babylonians shouldn't be here. They're more of a liability than help. I've seen plenty of these innocent and brave volunteer doctors, mostly young people. They have no idea what it's like on the ground. Short halt looks back at Wansha. Wansha, stay here and keep an eye on these doctors. Make sure they know where to stay clear and what to avoid. You got this? Leave it to me. Also, you must maintain regular contact. This conservation area is near where Palo disappeared. But we never figured out why he left his squad. Don't think this is your chance to find out the truth. Don't get too involved. What happened to Palo? I don't want to see that happen again. Even now, Xian still can't forgive himself. Shorthalt points at Wunsch's terminal, his face grim. I got it. A year has passed since Wunsch was deployed to the ground. Over the past year, his original team has been disbanded due to reassignments and construct casualties. He's constantly shuffled between different squads, a lone figure in this ever-changing landscape. Babylonia seems to have forgotten about him, and he shows no desire to return. He occasionally receives messages from his old colleagues at the Nurturing Center, but he rarely responds. He's effectively cut himself off from Babylonia. He's become accustomed to entering construct battlefields with a gun, quietly moving his squad, to ensure no one is left behind. It's just a mild flu. Here, take these and you'll be fine. Despite his coughing, the boy refuses the medicine, pointing toward the unconscious girl. No, I don't want it. Check her first. She's the one who's really sick. Though barely over 10 years old, the boy has all the kids gathered around him. At his words, they shuffle backward in unison, creating space for the volunteer doctors. There's no hierarchy when it comes to saving lives. You're seriously ill yourself. This isn't the time to be selfless. Someone else will care for that kid. Wunsch steps forward and gently touches the girl's forehead, quickly pulling his hand away from her burning skin. No, it's different. The conservation area gave us some medicine and settled us on the outskirts. Now almost everyone's sick, and we're out of medicine. I've seen this happen too often. Even a simple flu could be deadly now. Don't hide when the doctors arrive. Get checked. This is your chance to survive. The children peer cautiously from behind the young boy, their distrust of these well-dressed medical staff evident in their wary glances. You guys, jeez. You should all rest. I'll check each of you out. The volunteer doctor gently helps the young man lie down, a hint of sadness in their eyes. What medical supplies did you bring for Babylonia? Send me an inventory list. Oh, you're the construct doctor. Just wondering who you were. I can't believe you were just sleeping. Yeah, I used to be a pediatrician. I'm used to working with children. Give the others their medicine. This girl has been feverish for too long. She's dehydrated. What do you mean? She needs medicine too. Aren't you going to treat her? Wunsch glances at the anxious boy, rolls up his sleeves, and quickly begins preparing the disinfection procedure. Please start her on an IV drip immediately, Doctor. I appreciate your help. Right, of course. Don't overthink it. Every doctor wishes they could save everyone. Wunsch sets down a portion of medicine and a bottle of water in front of the boy. Sorry. Thank you. Only after the boy takes his medicine does the young doctor begin preparing medications for the others. The doctor is young, just like him. He watches her go, his eyes filled with admiration. Babylonia really is like everyone says. An amazing place. Do you dream of going to Babylonia someday? Flustered, the boy turns away. Well, of course. Who wouldn't want to live a privileged life in Babylonia? I'm sick now, but I have some skills. Maybe one day I'll make it there too. What's your name? Nathan. What about her? Wansha points at the unconscious girl. She's nameless. Doesn't even know where her parents died. She only recently started following up. Why are you asking that? Are you saying we'll be rewarded with a trip to Babylonia if we behave? Wansha administers the injection to the girl's arm. Maybe there's still hope. All the children in the corner immediately turn to look at Wansha. Wansha shifts uncomfortably under the children's hopeful gazes, despite his vague lie. Well, you'll need to behave yourselves. Like, take your medicine. Don't fight when it's time for shots. Is that all? Really? If they're good, can they go to Babylonia? Can they get adopted? Nathan props himself up, firing questions at Wansha, desperate for answers. They lost their parents so young. No one to raise them. Still needing someone to care for them. They can't even hold a pot steady when set to get soup. Doctor, if there's really a chance to go to Babylonia, could you please prioritize her? She gets sick every few days. The ground isn't good for her at all. And look at him. He can't even wipe his own nose. And you there, stop hiding and come out. I've told you this before. Nathan brings several children to Wansha. Some are barely dressed, their clothes mismatched and in disarray. A boy sniffles and nods blankly, probably not even understanding what Babylonia is. And you? Me? I don't care at all. Rest up now. I'll be back to check on you later, alright? Unable to stay any longer, Wansha quietly packs his medical kit and rushes out of the room. But you're just a child yourself. In the end, Wansha never gets to say these words to Nathan. Wansha steps outside to inspect the medicines brought by the volunteer doctors, deliberately keeping his distance from the children who have grown up too quickly. Don't forget to distribute the rest of the medicine. I'm running low on immune serum. Need to restock. Wansha? What are you doing here? Natalie, you're a volunteer doctor. Natalie shifts uncomfortably, her gaze darting between Wansha and the volunteer badge pinned to her uniform. She runs a hand nervously through her hair, unable to meet his eyes. Yeah, I came down here. I wanted to see the construct battlefield firsthand. You know as well as I do that this was the last place Palos was seen before he went missing. Yes, I know, but I wasn't planning anything. Just happened that the supply run of volunteer doctors was coming through this area. This is incredibly dangerous. You could be killed by the punishing virus, the corrupted, or even collapsing buildings. The survival rate for volunteers is abysmal. You need to return immediately. I'm staying, and the transport's already left. Don't bother keeping an eye on me. I've got just one thing to take care of. You've gone completely silent. Frank's been assigned to construction work in another conservation area, and most of the guys who were turned into constructs are gone now. Everyone I knew had left. Especially Palo. We never even expected to be stationed on the ground, but here we are. That's why I wanted to come down here. To walk in your footsteps. To see what you saw. To feel what you felt. Be it excitement, despair, or even death. I refuse to be just another ornament sitting safely in Babylonia anymore. Before you argue, ask yourself, Why are you still here, facing the dangers of the ground instead of returning to Babylonia? Save them. We can save more people here. Aren't you the same as me? No one wants to be that person again, the one everyone saves, only to be left behind once more. Your way is to risk your life saving others. Mine is to explore this path. So don't worry about me anymore. Let me give you one last piece of advice. You can't save everyone. You'd better accept that now. Shorthalt stands guard at the edge of the conservation area, positioned closest to the corrupted horde. He cuts down the advancing corrupted and sends their bodies flying, the growing pile forming an improvised barrier around the conservation area. They just keep coming. Thankfully, they're only coming in small groups. The central purification filter. Full evacuation isn't necessary yet. He realizes a full evacuation is impossible now that he knows how many refugees are sheltering in the conservation area. 3 minutes until the next contact. They can update me on where the corrupted are then. More of them? Can't be happening. Shorthalt keeps watch over the detection device. For the past few hours, the corrupted horde has barely moved, but now they're suddenly moving rapidly, quickly breaching the safe evacuation perimeter. A teeth-grinding screech echoes from nearby, making Shorthalt jump. Damn it, they're fast. The corrupted are here. This is Wansha checking in. We're low on medicine, but we have enough for emergencies. Wansha moves to an open area, waiting for the leader and the team to exchange information. But he waits and waits, to no avail. Wansha, have you heard from Shorthalt? I can't reach him. I haven't received anything either. Strange. I thought there was a signal problem. But since I can reach you... The video feed from Thompson shakes violently. Thompson? Emergency evacuation. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Wansha! A special emergency evacuation alert flashes on Wansha's terminal. Signals from Shorthalt, Connolly, Thompson, and every construct squad in the area. Get in the car! Move it! Natalie runs towards the evacuation transport, carrying the feverish girl, joining the panicked crowd. Despite the sudden attack, everyone remains surprisingly calm, as if they'd been expecting this. Wansha, her fever is high. Someone needs to monitor her condition closely once we're in the car. We'll need to assign someone. Stay with her, and make sure she gets in the car. No, the medicine! I left it behind. I have to go back. Nathan. Wansha stops abruptly behind the transport vehicle. Where are Nathan and the other kid? Who? There's only one kid here. I don't see anyone else. Natalie has never seen Wansha look so grim. Before she can even ask, he pushes her forward. Stop it. Refugees reach out, pulling Natalie and the girl into the safety of the carriage. Wait! Wansha! The transport's leaving soon! We can't evacuate everyone! Some will be left behind. If you can't find them, and you'll lose your own chance to escape. You're right. I'm not just driven by the desires to save others anymore. I'm tired of always being the one who needs to be saved. Wansha runs off in the opposite direction. He runs through the crowd, faces blurring past him. This is the third evacuation already. Where else can we possibly go? Even the conservation areas aren't safe anymore. My head and everything hurts. I can't go on. Leave me behind. The refugees show no signs of panic. Their faces are etched with pain and numbness. Those who can still run survive. The rest succumb to despair, finally giving up on this endless flight from death. Volunteer doctors, overwhelmed by the wave of corrupted, rush past Wansha, their arms laden with equipment. The terminal screams with frantic signals. Kamui's voice crackles through, fragmented. Corrupted! Suddenly... Wansha! On your end! Don't worry, You should follow. Stay safe. Whatever you do. Wansha cuts off comms and runs against the tide of evacuees.
Seeing corrupted everywhere. There are still refugees over there? They didn't make it out in time? I need to look for the refugees first. Better not alert them. Maybe I can try to face them head on. That's going to get the attention of Kamui and the others.
Okay. There's a hidden achievement. I'm not sure how to get it, but we'll see.
I can try going up there, thanks to Shortoth's grappling hook. Should be safe now. How are you feeling? Can you still move?
They're all dead. I'm the only one alive.
There's no use staying here. Follow me.
Why are you trying to get me out of here? The construct just now said to stay here.
There was someone here? What does the construct look like?
I don't remember. But there was a projecting device on the construct's... Hey, watch out!
Currently rescuing. Has Wanchi made it out with the refugees already? Can't hear you. The line is dead. I'm going to head in first. Meet you all in there. There are too many of them. I need help.
Am I starting all over again?
Wanchi, what are you doing up there? We've been looking for you all over the place.
Your shots are incredibly accurate for a medic.
The corrupted on the east side have all been neutralized.
Thank God it's over. Sure glad to have you around, Wanchi.
Come on down already, Wanchi. Let's stick together. Why didn't you leave with the refugees?
Some kids have gone missing.
Let's split up. You two should go together since one of you is a support type and the other's a medic. I'm going to check things out there.
All right, stay safe.
Let's make sure we leave no stone unturned.
Anyone in there?
What are you guys doing? Did you find Wanchi?
I'm fine. I'm looking for some kids with Thompson.
No response. Guess they're not here. Let's head to the next one, Wanchi.
Not here either. Any luck, Ewan?
Nope, all gone.
This kind of corrupted!
Ewan!
What in the world is this thing?
Ewan!
Why? I'm here. Time for you to go to bed. One shot.
Stay away from here. It's too late for me.
Stay where you are. We're coming for you now.
Let's get rid of this thing first!
That's not going to work. This is the only way.
Ewan?
What are you doing? Don't!
Here we go again.
Glad to see you're awake. That corrupted just now almost killed you and that refugee in there.
Refugee is still alive. Did we save them all this time?
We know where the kids are now. Come on, give me your hand. Let's hurry and find them.
Let's hurry up and get out of here before the corrupted get here! Why are we going in when we should be getting out?
There are kids in there.
Why bother? They should all be dead!
Our team is in there too. We said we'd meet up.
You should keep it down.
I think there's someone out there. Shh, stay quiet and hidden.
Nathan, are you guys in there?
Hey, it's Mr. Doctor.
Stay where you are now until it's safe to come out. Need to get rid of these corrupted first. Time for you to go to bed. You're unlucky to be able to sleep forever. One shot, one kill. With your eye. This was the restart I wanted. Even if I'm having this dream as a construct, everything is just as it was, isn't it?
The battle-scarred construct stands atop their mind, gazing down at the vast expanse of memory data below. This place. This is where he first found them, all those years ago. The memories come flooding back. At what time? At that time, I did find those missing kids. Nothing like the simulations in my memory data. This wasn't some classroom quiz with multiple choice answers. There were no do-overs. He draws a long line across his chest, a grim reminder of the endless struggle ahead. I witnessed everything. First, I found some refugees hiding in a shipping container. I decided to evacuate them first. By the time I got there, only one survivor remained. I was also attacked by the corrupted, left lying on the ground for I can't remember how long. Fortunately, Thompson found me in time. Thompson and I found Ewan, but his frame was severely damaged. We had to perform emergency treatment while waiting for Babylonia to evacuate him for intensive care. But Ewan pushed me away. Vital fluid soaks through Wansha's artificial hair at the back of his head. The attacking corrupted inflicted a severe wound. Even though this is his long-desired second chance. Even though he returns to the battlefield as a construct this time, his injuries are still just as severe. Wansha takes down the nearest corrupted with his gun and opens the door. I choose to believe in what my fallen comrades said. There must be more people, more constructs out there who need me. In the end, I only found a handful of kids. Behind the door, a dimly lit room reeks of blood. Huddled beneath the military cot, the children stare at them with wide, terrified eyes, clutching medicine boxes like lifelines. You... It's safe now. It's safe. Come to me, everyone. A few children crawl out from under the cot, clinging to Wansha like frightened animals. They keep glancing nervously at the doorway, expecting more of those corrupted to burst in at any moment. Why did you stay hidden? Why didn't you evacuate with the others? Suddenly, a child lets out a heart-wrenching wail.
No! They left in such a hurry. They left so many medicines behind. We fought as hard as we could to protect the medicine. But those things chase us here. Nathan told us to hide, and he... Look at him now!
The boy points toward the corner. Huddled amongst the terrified children, Nathan sits alone. The punishing virus has ravaged his body, and blood pools around him on the floor. Wansha immediately lifts the children's clothes. He spots several infected wounds, and quickly tears open his first aid kit. Ignoring their frightened cries, he swiftly injects them with a life-saving serum. Oh, kids. The refugees erupt in a wave of emotion, their voices rising in a chorus of fury. Was it really worth putting so many lives at risk for a few boxes of medicine? You prioritized finding these stragglers. What about us? We were trapped in those containers, desperate for rescue, and no one ever came. No. We were just... We were already stretched too thin to help anyone else. We couldn't even save those right in front of us. And look where that got us! Everyone in those containers is dead, except me. Enough with the complaining. We all made sacrifices. We saved nothing, and wasted a ton of resources. How are we supposed to evacuate now? They weren't just wasted resources. A metallic hand clamps down on the refugee's flailing arm. You mean our fallen comrades. Shorthalt's gaze sweeps across everyone present, finally resting on Thompson. He takes off his mask. Kamui managed to evacuate a group of stragglers. How many casualties did your squad suffer? Only Wansha and I remain. Lin is gone. It is his nameplate. Wansha now. Shorthalt takes the scorched nameplate and pins it to his chest. Let's get these kids out of here. More of those things are coming. The boy who had been wailing earlier chokes back his sobs. The other children, frightened by the argument and the heavy tension outside, huddle closer behind Wansha. He won't chew you out. No need to be scared.
Doctor? Are you angry with us too?
A little girl cautiously offers Wansha a small medicine box, the surface damp from her sweaty palms.
Doctor? Do you think we did enough?
Wansha's hands suddenly freeze in the middle of bandaging.
Nathan told us these meds were precious. You left them behind, but we remembered his words and protected them. Did we do the right thing? Can we go to Babylonia now? Will we find families there?
Oh. Oh man. Ooh. That's that artwork. Before the dawn. Modified willingly. After a grueling escape, the survivors finally reach the temporary shelter. Reports are coming in that even the elite squad is overwhelmed. No reinforcements are arriving. We're trapped here for now. The corrupted are swarming out like a disturbed hornet's nest. I've never seen a swarm this size outside the dead zone. This is a disaster. So they really did come from the dead zone. Valonia warned us about this. On the bright side, we've managed to get this many people this far. Let's assess what equipment we have left. If the elite squad can't break through the corrupted horde by dawn, we're in for a serious battle. Worst case scenario, we can all grab some EMP bombs, make a charge into the corrupted. That should create a path for us to escape. No one voices an objection to this insane plan. Shorthalt taps his communicator again. Remember to keep your comms open when the time comes. The constructs present respond in unison. It's only been a day, yet some of their comrades will never hear these words of comfort again. How's Wansha holding up? We have plenty of stuff. Shouldn't a doctor with a head wound be resting? Shorthalt raises his arm, inspecting the crudely patched crack in his casing. Glancing around at the other constructs, he sees that Wansha has already tended to everyone's injuries. Wansha is still back there with the refugees, not even thinking about taking a break. He'll be okay. Kamui's with him. In a situation like this, I guess only Kamui can stay so calm. You and I are freaking out, but he seems completely at ease, even in the middle of this chaos. Thompson taps his wrist, and the damaged projector sputters to life, displaying a blurry image of a boy. The projection fades quickly, but not before a couple of sparks dramatically erupt from the device. Shorthalt's optical sensors shift their focus away from Thompson's projection. Shorthalt, what did you do before you became a construct? The police. Huh? I was one of the first to undergo modifications. I wasn't exactly a spring chicken when it happened. Surely you've heard of the term police before. But no, actually. You even guessed you were a police officer before. Can't believe you was right. What for? Do I look like someone you trust? Of course not. You're the mastermind behind the EMP bomb suicide run against the corrupted. A flicker of doubt crosses Thompson's face, and his forced smile begins to falter. Looks like Ewan's learned a thing or two from you. Don't be like me. Sure, I don't exactly look like a saint. Definitely not. Sometimes, I wonder if I was born to be a protector. Thompson's gaze falls on the new nameplates pinned to Shorthalt's chest. Grim reminders of the constructs lost in the battle. One of them bears Ewan's name. Shorthalt quickly covers the nameplates, not wanting to prolong Thompson's grief. Contact the other squads. We need to secure the perimeter. Can't let those corrupted overrun us again. Shorthalt rises from the ruins, watching Wansha tend to a child while Kamui stands guard nearby, helping distribute supplies. It's damn punishing. I'm sick of seeing people die. This is the darkest night of Wansha's life. The sky above is devoid of stars, replaced by a sickly glow from the artificial lights that illuminate the makeshift stronghold. Far from the central purification filter, low on supplies, and with aid slow to arrive, the refugees teeter on the brink of despair, ravaged by disease and infection. Sorry. How much immune serum do we have now? We're completely out, and Dr. Natalie is out of stock too. What are we gonna do? It's not just the refugees. There are volunteers with critical injuries too. Can we really just stand by and watch them die? The young doctor's voice trembles as he speaks to Wan Shi. Even the wish-granting machine can't conjure serum out of thin air. You'll need to collect your wish cards first. Why? Are we? That kid's already got 3 stamps. Let's get him some candy as promised. Here you go, Wan Shi. Scissors. Better sterilize those before you use them. Thanks. Kamui throws the scissors to Wan Shi and then drops a heavy arm around the volunteer doctor's shoulders, nearly knocking him over. We found candy in the supplies unexpectedly? Who knows? Maybe we overlooked some serum too. Let me help you look. Come on, come on! You... Kamui escorts the anxious doctor away, and Wan Shi finally lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He sits back down on the ground, laying out his sutures and scissors on a relatively clean piece of metal.
Doctor, am I infected too?
No, we were in a rush earlier. Just caught a mild cold.
Doctor, how's my arm? It hurt like crazy before, but now I can't feel anything.
The bandage is soaked through, the flesh beneath it ravaged by the punishing virus. Wan Shi tries to stitch it up, but the damage is too severe. You won't feel any more pain. I gave you some painkillers.
Painkillers? Nathan said they were the best. Is he okay?
The children look towards the corner, where a volunteer doctor's white coat is beneath Nathan's body, his white coat soaked in blood. Nathan's asleep. He won't wake up. Nathan's asleep. He'll wake up tomorrow.
Nathan. He saved me, and now... This is all my fault. We panicked when we saw the corrupted. Only Nathan kept us moving forward. If I'd been stronger, I could have led them to safety. Doctor, I hurt everywhere too.
The doctor's hands tremble as he gazes at the small bodies before him, each one bearing the scars of both illness and guilt. You all did a fantastic job today. No one's to blame. He manages a weak smile. Do you still want to go to Babylonia now? I have a few boxes of medicine. They're very valuable, and only for emergencies. We need to keep an eye on them for me. When dawn comes, people from Babylonia will arrive to rescue us. Take all the good kids back to Babylonia. He rattles several medicine boxes, drawing everyone's attention. I want to see who can keep their medicine safe all night. I've got this. Once you get to Babylonia, you'll grow up in the youth center. If you do well, you might even get adopted, have a family who cherishes you, learn the world's most advanced knowledge, and make more friends. His voice lowers and cracks with emotion. Until you're all grown up and strong. You can become anything you dream of. Engineers, doctors, artists. You can make a real difference in the world. We'll stand united against the punishing, and together, we'll reclaim our home. Future. You'll love it, right? The doctor holds up the medicine boxes, his eyes pleading with the children for a glimmer of hope. Raise your hand if this is the kind of life you always dreamed of. The children raise their hands in unison, their eyes fixed on him with hopeful anticipation. Protect these medical supplies with your lives. Watch each other's backs. They're not to be opened under any circumstances. Understand?
Understood.
The children clutch the empty boxes filled with wishes to their chests. Those boxes are their tickets to a better life, giving them the strength to endure this terrible night a little longer. The surrounding adults stare at the doctor with hollow eyes, easily seeing through his deception. Just moments ago, he slipped wish cards into the empty medicine boxes. The medicine box rattles when shaken, mimicking the sound of life-saving pills rattling inside. No one challenges him. They all know what he's trying to do. He's just a doctor, begging his patients to survive. Over an hour has passed, and there's still no sign of the rescue team. Are we really going to resort to a bomb? Gather the kids first. Wansha and Kamu. You're responsible for their evacuation. The rest of us, we hold the line until dawn. The emergency comms explode with activity, piercing alarms blaring from every construct's terminal. Looks like they're not coming. Corrupted ahead! Large group! Prepare for combat! Shorthall quickly turns on his comms to relay emergency instructions to the refugees behind. Kamui, Wansha, do you copy? Going in. Get those refugees to safety. If they run into any corrupted, they're as good as dead. Thompson? Damn. Those things are moving faster than we anticipated. Look out. They're right behind you. The corrupted overpower Thompson and other constructs, pinning them to the ground before unleashing a terrifying shriek and charging towards the crowd. On it! Kamui leaps forward and positions himself at the front of the group, holding his greatsword across his body. His optical module locks onto the nearest corrupted, ready for the attack. Time. I need to get a weapon as well. You're pretty quick, aren't you? Huh? More coming from behind. The corrupted close in from all sides. Despite Kamui's lightning-fast swings with his greatsword, some still manage to break through his defenses. Wansha! One's headed your way!
Doctor!
I saw them. Wansha returns, his gun blazing. A long-range shot shatters the corrupted's legs, sending it crashing to the ground. What? Wansha fires another shot. Is that a corrupted speaker? Nice shot, Wansha! Must have misheard. He stands firm behind Kamui and fends off the remaining construct, protecting the refugees. 1, 2, 3. There's simply too many of them. A pounding headache sets in, leaving him feeling drained and exhausted. After knocking down a construct with the refugees' help, he straightens up, clutching his head in pain. He spots a construct arm amongst the fallen, and his expression darkens. Construct casualties ahead. I'm the only construct doctor here. I have to find them. What about us? Kids, the elderly, and the wounded to the rear. Volunteers, keep tending to the injured. Everyone else capable of fighting, get to your feet and move to the front lines. A refugee collapses, burying his face in his hands. I'm sick of this. Why do we have to fight the corrupted head on? What's the point of those metal things pretending to be human? Pretending to be human? We constructs were all modified from humans, and you dare call us metal things? If I were one of the constructs fighting the punishing with their lives right now, I'd rip your head off. A splitting headache rages through Wancha's skull. Wancha! Thompson's down! They're about to be overrun! His ears ring, but he checks on his equipment and reloads his pistol, hands trembling slightly. Quiet. Everyone needs to understand the situation. If we keep losing constructs at this rate, it won't last much longer. Doctor, will you come back? Please.
Be careful out there, Doctor. We'll behave.
Wancha! Calmly pulls Wancha close as the corrupted, somehow slipped inside, lunges at them. Kamui fends off the attacker. You okay there? You look a bit green. I'm fine. Just go ahead. He insists he's fine, but throbbing pain splits his head open, making him feel nauseous. He feels wrong, as if something alien is trying to force its way into his mind. There are more urgent matters to attend to. We need to hold this line, or the corrupted will overrun us. My maintenance kit will come in handy. Take me there, Kamui. Watch out, Filbert. Ugh! Hold back. He's infected. Thompson, the support construct, examines Filbert and shakes his head in dismay. My kit's useless now. My leg's busted. Unless a miracle worker shows up, we're all as good as dead out there. Out here. Thompson taps the broken projector on his wrist again, but the device remains unresponsive. I've been meaning to ask. Is that your son? Yes. My son is still in Babylonia. He must be a young man now. Hasn't Wancha mentioned him? He won't even talk about himself, let alone share your story. Shorthalt slashes through several more frenzied corrupted, throwing them back into the surging tide. He's holding on to a desperate gamble that might buy him some time. This attack is unlike anything we've seen before. I hope he and Kamui make it out alive. Ugh, more of them. They just keep coming. Get ready to set off. A bullet rips through the air, taking down a few corrupted. The greatsword follows, plunging into the ground, creating a temporary barrier. Hey! I brought Wancha with me! Under Kamui's protection, Wancha leaps over the ruins with his life-saving equipment, rushing straight towards the perilous area. He's not sure what's driving him anymore. Perhaps he just wants to atone for his past actions with these butcher's hands. He leaps down from the ruins, hot on Kamui's heels, clutching the construct repair components to his chest. Okay.
Going to help the women. Cover me while I'm away, Kamui.
Yep, got it.
Your weakness. See the bigger picture now?
Oh, all done. That was super close.
Still got a lot of corrupted out there, so don't let your guard down just yet. Hurry up and bring me those who require medical attention. We also need to reinforce the safety gate out front.
No problem. I'm with you.
Okie dokie.
Kamui, help me carry this man. He's seriously injured. His circulatory system is damaged.
Can we still help him?
Maybe. Let's take him back first. This safety gate is too damaged.
Let me do it.
Huh?
All right, this will do.
Oh, right. There's a... Oh, it's just... Okay.
should be safe now.
Thank you, Thompson. Couldn't have done it without you.
No, I should thank you and want you for coming. My maintenance tools are out.
Kamui, can you check my maintenance kit and... Kamui? Kamui? Thompson?
Wanshi, pull yourself together. More corrupted coming this way. Take the wounded and get behind me.
Kamui, did you hear that?
What? Did I hear what?
I think I heard the same voice when I was over there just now. Bigger Thompson, calling my name. There it is again. What's that? That thing. Is it waiting for me? No. What is this?
Why are you stopping all of a sudden? What's wrong with you?
Kamui said something's wrong with you.
Guess that wasn't a hallucination. Still,
Wanshi, want to go ahead and join Short Alt?
Fall back when you're done taking care of the injured. You're a medic and a human. It's not your job to put yourself out there.
no, it's my mission. I'm fine. Corrupted? It's calling my name?
Are they pointing? Yeah, they're pointing.
Watch out! Corrupted coming from behind! Huh. Damn it! Where are these things coming from?
Your weakness seems the bigger picture now? Kamui, I'm out of ammo.
Oh, that's not good.
Thompson and I can hold out a little longer. Do you think that's Wanshi?
Yeah, I can do that. Take them all back. Why won't you give me a chance to save them? This is the last one. Please be alive. The core is damaged. Wake up.
There are too many of them! Wanchi, get out of here!
No. I remember now.
Wanchi, get down! It's gonna blow up!
Do you remember now, Wanchi?
I remember everything now.
That corrupted was chasing after Mr. Doctor. I saw it clearly. Will it go after him? I don't know.
The refugees struggle to maintain their defense line, but it crumbles helplessly under the onslaught of countless corrupted. Some have already torn through the defense and are charging toward the children.
I'm scared. Will we never make it to Babylonia? There are so many of them. Don't be scared. Just do what the doctor said. Keep the medicine safe. There'll be a chance. No. No. I won't go to Babylonia. I'm going to find Nathan.
The girl runs to the corner and huddles beside the unconscious Nathan, only to be immediately overwhelmed by the corrupted. Pinned to the ground by Kamui, Wancha watches helplessly as the explosion's flash engulfs the constructs ahead. Kamui lies motionless, his injuries far worse than when they first met at the construct maintenance department. More corrupted climb over the fallen construct's remains, advancing toward the crowds desperately waiting for dawn. Death surrounds Wancha from all sides. The explosion's impact makes him cough up blood, and yet he has no time to dwell on his own pain. His head throbs with excruciating pain as memories explode like fireworks from that day at the exhibition hall, scattering into countless brilliant fragments. Thompson, with one leg broken, grabs Wanchi and Kamui by their collars and drags them behind cover. While fighting, Shorthalt manages to gradually fall back and reach them. He clamps a protective mask onto Wanchi's face. Shorthalt, up ahead. No one can be saved anymore. What did you say? Thompson leans down to hear Wancha's words. His audio module is damaged. I didn't save anyone. All the squads are gone. Only Kamui made it. There was a corrupted. I remember now. It was... Wancha clutches his head in agony. The corrupted that called out Wancha's name is far away now, but his words seem to have lodged themselves in his mind, refusing to let go. It's calling my name. I can't stop remembering things from the past. I just keep diving deeper into memories. Ooh. Can't hear him properly. Come listen to him, Shorthalt. Did the explosion just mess up his mind? Human bodies are still way more fragile than constructs. What did he say? Shorthalt draws his blade while leaning in to listen. Mother is calling me. Crap. He's actually hallucinating. Blast your way out of here. The kid's not gonna last much longer. I understand everything now, Shorthalt. Shorthalt. Back then, Halo also saw that corrupt... Shorthalt has not responded. Instead, he just wipes the blood from the corner of Wansha's eyes and places a handful of name tags in his hand. Then he leaps out of cover together with Thompson. They have made the final decision. Thompson, here's the plan. Use the EMP bombs for close range so Wansha and the refugees behind him can survive. Then we'll move further out. No. Wait. Ready. Thompson glances at the broken projector on his wrist. The image of the little boy that had sustained him for years finally shatters today. My son grown up healthy. It'd be nice if he could become a doctor like Wansha. Wansha was so startled when I manually detonated that EMP when he first arrived on the surface. If I set off another one today, he probably won't be so surprised this time, right? Wait! Wansha's cry is muffled by his mask. It does not sound louder than a pebble hitting the ground. A final explosion rings out as flames illuminate the near distance. Despite the debris pelting his already grievously wounded face, Wansha refuses to close his eyes. He screams, feeling his chest vibrate with the effort, but all he can hear is a sharp ringing in his ears. His vision slowly fades to black. The corrupted bearing Wanshu's personality data stirs up too many memories, taking him back to his childhood, to those days when he lay unconscious in a hospital bed. He had a long, hazy, beautiful dream in his childhood. The details have mostly faded away now. What he remembers now probably includes beautiful scenery, his gentle mother, and that conversation before he was sent to Eden. Sitting on the lawn, the woman opens her arms to welcome him amidst the fresh scent of grass. That's it. Keep moving forward. The toddling child finally makes it into his mother's arms, eyes fixed on the daisy in her hand. Wansha, you must remember this. The daisy transforms into a connection wire with a sharp needle at its end, freshly pulled from Wansha's body. Her skin is still bruised from the needle hole. The soft, damp grass doesn't exist in reality. There is only the cold laboratory. You're too young to understand. An alternate approach to simulate the connection between humans and constructs, different from remote connection pods. Who else remembers that our original intention was to help constructs achieve recall? A cooperation with outside orphanages was established, as someone speculated that constructs converted from children would possess a more unpolluted and stable mind, making them more suitable for experiments. We had already strayed down the wrong path at this point. I'm no better than them. Leading you to those children's, those constructs' minds. It was all for my very selfish desire to wake you up. The ground facilities are conducting mind experiments in too many directions. Most of them were left behind by the original recall project. That device doesn't just establish connections. It can artificially induce pathological conditions in construct minds. The experimental data should still be preserved in the research facility. But I have no way to transmit this information out. I'm running out of time. The only one who can receive my message is you, Wansha. I'm sorry. I've never let you look back at the truth. But now... Wansha takes the daisy from his mother's hand and turns around in a daze, gazing at what he believes to be an endless field. Many children stand together in the distance, silently watching him. They differ in age, skin tone, hair color, and everything visible. They share the same metal bodies, synthetic skin, and uniforms marked with simple serial numbers. These constructs fix their gaze upon the child in distant Eden, like caged birds watching their free kin soaring through the sky.
He's also a child of Mother. He's the true child of Mother.
I'm sorry. I took it upon myself to craft a beautiful dream for you. Sins are concealed with grass, needles and guns adorned with flowers. Truth is a blade ground from restraints, an elephant devoured by hand. My conjectures about construct minds, along with all the experimental data, were never meant for you to see. But whether treasures or filth, they will all remain deep within your memories. No matter how deeply they're buried, these memories will surface one day. Perhaps triggered by someone you meet, or an object you touch. As long as even a fragment of memory remains, you will inevitably find your way here.
What about you? And them?
His tiny finger points at the test subjects, who dare not approach any closer. I will die. They will seek rebirth. Wanshu tightens her embrace, trying to hold Wansha close, but she can no longer do so. She disappears along with the bullet. With no one left to maintain the beautiful dream, the mist rolls in, enveloping Wanshu in a pure, endless light. Keep going, Wanshu. Don't look back. The test subjects guide him in unison.
Keep going. Just keep moving forward.
With ringing ears and blurred vision, the human slowly rises from the ruins, powered by one final surge of adrenaline. Keep moving forward. Keep going. Memories flood to the surface in overwhelming waves, each one revealing a truth buried deep within his mind for years. Children transformed. So many people were killed and dumped in the landfill. Even you, Wanshu, it failed. Dragging his sniper rifle, Wanshu moves toward the red glowing tide of constructs, his eyes locked on their leader. The very one he had desperately tried to make Shorthalt notice earlier. So those things you told me in my dreams, they were all difficult, yet important tasks, weren't they? To think you built a mechanoid just to find me. Even now, hiding among the corrupted, just to tell me to finish what we began. Is it here? Chip. Wansha reaches for the back of his head, blood seeping through his fingers. He's determined to open his skull and remove the synchronization chip. I remember. I understand everything. But now, I must. I need to do what I can right now. Wansha trips over a tiny pebble. Before collapsing to the ground, he props himself up with his gun, barely managing to keep his upper body raised as he crawls toward cover. Countless comrades will never wake again. He drags their bodies to a single spot. As a doctor, what he has done most today is not saving lives, but hauling away their remains. Refugees, volunteer doctors, those children. You and Nathan, Thompson, Conway, portal could not save anyone. The doctor raises his sniper rifle, his vision blurred with blood. This shot is his last stand. He aims at the leading corrupted, the same one who moments ago in battle called out his name and gave him an embrace tainted with punishing virus. He feels utterly drained. The pain in his head fades into a distant hum, his mind a blank void. Now, all he wants to do is pull the trigger. One last thing. I can still do my duty. First, stop the killing. Here. Even for a second. Even if I can save just one. The bullet leaves the barrel, piercing through the punishing contaminated air. A shriek erupts from the horde of corrupted. He must have hit something, but he's too weak to even care. Human strength is so insignificant. Even with the cost of his life, all he can do is fire a single bullet, and he does not even know if that bullet will stop corrupted or save a single life. He's seen all his soldiers fall. Now, he's finally done his duty. As a military doctor, he can finally rest. He wants to hold on just a little bit longer. Not over. Long dormant memories explode in his mind, a torrent of images and sensations flooding his consciousness. Wan Shu understands what these memories truly represent. Remember. He collapses, yet refuses to close his eyes. Bright sunlight floods in his vision. Dawn breaks, and the light everyone had longed for arrives as usual. Yet Wan Shi is the only one left to witness it. There's no survivor. The rescue team moves through the debris-strewn ground, searching everywhere for signs of life. The refugee shelter has collapsed too. Rescue operations are underway, but the first few children we dug out were already... Damn it. They had us surrounded all night, attacking relentlessly. Why did they suddenly scatter? What are these corrupted up to? That's unusual. I'll report this when we get back. I found survivors here, but badly wounded. Chrome rushes over and finds a human still breathing beside a severely injured construct. They carefully lift both of them up. Chrome notices the human wearing a white robe, now filthy and torn to shreds. Is he a doctor? He must be one of those fresh volunteer doctors. Every batch of these fearless doctors who come to the surface meets the same fate. Guys, help get this stretcher onto the shuttle. Easy now. He's got internal injuries for sure. Wait, his eyes are still open? The voices sound as if they're coming from far away. Everything before Wan Shi's eyes turns to chaos, his hearing as blurred as his vision. A blonde construct has responded to the loud-voiced construct call. He comes close, speaking in a steady, reliable tone. Contact Star of Life, and let them prepare for emergency treatment. He still has open wounds. We need to stop them bleeding. How many volunteer doctors do we have on the shuttle? Get them over here. It's no use. The wounds are too severe. There's no time. Only a handful of the once passionate volunteer doctors remain alive. They stare at the mangled human figure. Some force themselves to prepare what little medical equipment they have, while others retch at the sight. There's still time. Could you come here and bind the wound? The rest of you, make yourselves useful. The blonde construct leans down to whisper in Wancha's ear, just as Thompson once leaned down to listen to him speak. Hold on just a little longer. We'll be back in Babylonia soon, and the Star of Light will do everything they can to save you. Shu said... What? Memories. Please, save your breath for now. The gravely wounded doctor coughs up bloody foam, yet his fingers stubbornly curl, as if there's something he must complete at all costs. Must live on, modify, preserve memories. Do you want to be modified? The blonde construct's expression seems complicated, but Wancha's vision is too blurry to tell. Only his voice echoes in Wancha's mind. Do you want to be modified? Die as a human? Or live on as a construct? When death is at the door, he's been granted a chance to make his own choice. I'm willing to be modified. The world quietly closes its eyes, and all chaos fades into whispers. He's compatible with the copolymers. It's a miracle. His bones shattered, pierced the lungs. He was lucky to make it to the Star of Life. Modification is the only very strange mind. Never seen one this complex. It's so chaotic. The mind is extremely unstable. Modification can't proceed, and all the data within is about to deteriorate. You can seal the most chaotic parts deep within the mind. It's an acceptable procedure. Many traumatized constructs choose to do this. Honoring his choice to live on as a construct, they made what seemed to be the most appropriate decision for him at the time. What's this? Shrapnel in the brain? The doctor casually removes something and tosses it aside. The metal piece clinks against the medical tray. After that, he must have lost something, but he can't remember what it was. Life as a construct was a beautiful new dream. He had been in slumber for so long, until this moment, when a bullet that traversed years pierces through his head. Ooh, wow. That was trippy. Oh. Huh. Okay, so we go to part 20. The long goodbye. Partir, c'est mourir un peu. I have no idea what that means, so I'm gonna look it up. It means... Okay. So I think it technically translates to leaving is dying a little. And it means, like, every time you say goodbye to someone, It's as if a part of you dies. I see. So that must have to do with the title. Yeah. The long goodbye. Okay. I've been sneezing so much. Feels like I always get all sneezy when I'm doing something. It's annoying. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Oh, hi, Cole. Hi. You came in while I was blowing my nose. Many years ago. Now. The bullet pierces through Wan Shu's body. The memory data pierces through Wan Shi's body. Blood splatters everywhere. Vital fluid splatters everywhere. In the midst of a brutal defensive battle, the military medic drops his still smoking sniper rifle and collapses among the ruins. Oh, Cole, I forgot to ask, how are you doing tonight? I hope you had a good day. In the abandoned research facility, massive waves of turbulence surge through the depths of the construct's mind, as overwhelming streams of memory data tear his consciousness apart. Wan Shi is dead. All of them. Wan Shi drifts into the void, just as the ending of Project Recall. Sorry. I failed again. Wan Shi walks into a hospital room and sees a tiny body on the bed, equipped with a horrifying amount of devices. He knows that is himself lying there, but still finds it impossible to sit and watch as a mere bystander. The simulated mind is still not stable enough. Far from enough. How can I save you? He watches as Wan Shu pleadingly reaches out a finger, but the unconscious child shows no response. You used to hold on to me. You used to smile at us. You had already learned to smile. Though always calm and composed in public, now her despair overflows, seeping throughout the entire hospital room. You're doing good? You're making some late-night art? That's fun. What are you drawing? What if I give you a real mind? He clutches the terminal that can contact the place of hope. A strange light flickering in her eyes. Not entirely one of hope. Don't go. They are all innocent orphans. You must stop this. It's all for Wan Shu. Wan Shi. Everything I do is for him. He knows this is their final moment. Wan Shu had bid farewell to him. His despair materializes into rivers, flowing through his life in chronological order. Oh, you're drawing emotes? Cool! I hope it goes well. Thanks for coming to hang out while you draw. Wancha watches the river flow from the tap as an irritated woman clumsily washes the kitchen utensils. Behind her lies a kitchen that looks like a disaster, with a small sky blue lunchbox sitting amid the ruins, containing what could be considered as edible snacks. Finally succeeded for once. This time I'll have to deliver it personally. It's been so long since I've seen that child. He has sent me so many messages. She scrolls through the messages from Wancha on her terminal one by one, deleting all the other messages. Going to the ground. Should I still keep it from him? Soon, the boy refuses her unsolicited kindness for the first time at the youth center. I've read all the 57 messages you sent me over these years. I knew I was the one depriving you of your right to choose freely. This won't happen again. This is the last time, I promise. But I still hope you'll listen to me for just this final time. The boy pushes the little lunchbox back to Melvie. You say it's very nice chilling here? I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you like being here. No, don't turn her down. Tell her she means so much to me, as much as a mother would. All of us kids in pediatrics are close to her, even Pale. Stop causing trouble. Up with the fireworks. It's meaningless. And you will miss Aunt Melvie. Finally, the boy grows too restless to stay, choosing to stand up and leave before Melvie can finish her last words. It's okay. You don't have to force yourself to eat something you don't like. Wancha, from now on, you'll have to make many decisions for yourself. This is his final conversation with Melvie. She never told him when exactly she would leave Babylonia. By the time Shorthalt leads him to find her, she is already gone. This batch of volunteer doctors was rather fortunate. Almost all of them made it back. Only the eldest one was sacrificed. Which one? The deputy head of pediatrics? He helped my child before. How could this be possible? With conditions on the ground being so dire, anything could have happened. We've already brought back her belongings. Just one small package. Dear Aunt Melvie, I wonder if you're in the conservation area now. I hope you're safe. Please get enough rest. I passed the exam. I'll soon start my placement at the Star of Life. I'll begin with pediatrics. I still remember the wish cards you made for us back then. I've tried making some myself, though they are not as refined as yours. I hope when I use these, I won't get parents complaining about me feeding snacks to their children. I'll work hard and take good care of every child. I've received the package they brought back. There's a lunchbox inside. Thank you. Melvie will no longer quietly read through his messages. She died on the battlefield as a volunteer doctor. She tried to save a severely infected child, and ultimately lost her life to the punishing virus and corrupted. Melvie has said her final farewell to him. His fingers tightly grasp the terminal. His messages will never be read from now on. He cannot stop imagining what happened to Melvie before her death. That child can still be saved. I'll go. Leave it to me. You're too young for this. Now go! Melvi pushes away a volunteer doctor, who's not much older than her. This is the moment for my atonement, and I won't hesitate or regret it for even a second. Melvi clutches the immobilized child in a desperate embrace as the corrupted swarm over them, feasting on human flesh. The river quickens, flowing through more scenes of the past. It rushes past Palo's nameplate and the vital fluid on the spaceport ground. Stop. I've had enough. He sees the construct maintenance room in the Star of Light, its lights never dimming. He watches the purifying force suppressing Jen, while the professor gestures for silence in the transport vehicle. I said I was tired. The river finally flows through the memories that Wanshu had given to him.
065056.
The boy in restraint is about to undergo forced modification. Trembling, he catches sight of the woman outside the window. Wanting to be a good child for his mother, he forces himself to smile again, only whispering one honest confession.
To be honest, I'm a little scared too. Mother.
In this building, children are nothing but resources and test subjects. Their emotions aren't joy or comfort, only fear. Soon after, during the modification process with incomplete anesthesia, Theodore trembles and screams in his restraints. He fails to remain a good child and becomes nothing more than a failed, corrupted construct.
It hurts. I'm scared. No. Don't go.
One after another, people bid him farewell. Some calmly, some in tears, some with screams, and some through death itself. Years ago, their farewells had already appeared in his dreams, but he didn't understand. He buried these memories away as if they were mere nightmares. Now, his memories have come to collect their due. They had all suffered through the calamity brought by punishing, whether willing or forced to take lives, to sacrifice, or to love. They all met their end, wailing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want to save you all. To keep you here with me. He pours out his heart's desires and apologizes over and over, stumbling forward alongside the river of memories that helps him reflect on his life, breathing heavily as if he were still human. He forces himself to look away from that river, yet he knows what memories are about to surface next. It was an unremarkable spring. He had just received a new frame, and before the red tide struck, he was to complete a search and reconnaissance mission with the Grey Raven Commandant. He learns that Shorthalt has become a phantom, wandering through illusions, repeatedly trying to save the children, desperately believing that reinforcements would arrive, leaving clues for those who would come after. Then, the memory data would be triggered again by the corrupted carrying Wanshu's preset program. Wanshu wasn't wrong. If he ever forgets, she will help him remember. In the end, he will die from severe mind deviation. Only I had remembered sooner. The researcher facility's crimes would have been exposed earlier. The corrupted wouldn't have wandered everywhere, and Thompson and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I hadn't agreed to the Future Swap's plan, if I had listened to Aunt Melvie, I could have survived. If I hadn't told Jet and the others about the truth of the recall, they and the professor wouldn't have been executed. If I had tried harder in the conservation area, would I have saved the children? Even just one? Who else can I save? His emotions pile up inside as he wonders if there's anyone left for him to hold on to. Frustrated, he steps into the river of despair, merging into its flow as he makes his way toward the end. With each step, he feels colder, and this journey feels more and more like the ending in some prophecy, until even the river of despair freezes over. He walks across its icy surface, leaving footprints in the snow-covered plain. He sees another possibility for the research facility. No inhumane experiments, just a child care center they had set up. Those beautiful hopes are shattered. The red tide's abnormal movement comes so suddenly on that day, leaving him no time to report it. Unable to fight back against the red tide, the soldiers can only link arms to form a human wall, desperately trying to shield the children behind them from the surging tide. Strikehawk charges in, racing against the red tide to evacuate the survivors. He is among them. True to his nature, he was determined to save a baby. Everyone pushed forward, rushed ahead, and passed the child along until it reached his arms, only for him to witness the red tide devour them all, leaving nothing behind. When Chrome died, they fought with everything they had, but still couldn't save their captain. His legs give out completely, and just before he collapses, Kamui runs over and hands him the swaddle. Don't worry, Wansha. I'll be back in no time. Remember that battle? We all got blown to bits. But hey, we made it through alive, didn't we? Alright. Time to run! The moment Kamui vanishes, he grits his teeth and forces himself forward once more. Keep going. The fierce wind carries ice shards that cut his synthetic skin. He hears the anguished screams of countless souls refusing to accept their defeat. I've heard it all. I've seen it all. I know it all. With his construct strength completely drained, he inches past ice sculptures of frozen humans and construct remains, scattered across the ground, until he reaches the building at the end of the frozen river. With both hands, he pushes open the heavy doors. At last, he sees the coffin meant to house death itself. Resentful sounds echo from within the coffin as frost-covered hands reach out, first inviting, then clawing at him. His senses had long gone numb, but something catches his eye, making him freeze in shock. A human hand reaches out, its tactical glove revealing corroded bone and rotting flesh underneath. Yet he knows without a doubt who it belongs to. He falls to his knees, slumping against the coffin as the swirling snow leaves trails of moisture across his cheeks. He wants to grasp that hand, but his trembling fingers barely brush against it, terrified they might shatter like an ice sculpture at the slightest touch. Please. home. He's lost all the people to save long ago, but at least the person before him has left remains behind, giving him one last glimmer of hope. Save you. I will save you. He cradles the hand with trembling caution, trying to melt the frost with the warmth of his palm. The ice shell begins to melt, droplets of water falling one by one beside the coffin. This is not enough. Won't make it at this rate. He pulls out the portable heater that Chrome had slipped into his pocket. He lights it up, trying to warm the person with the most primitive source of heat. As the ice melts away, he begins to pull at the hand, determined to rescue this human from death's grasp. Why are you not moving? The deaths within the coffin intertwine with one another, refusing to release their grip on this human. Come out. Come out! He kicks the coffin frantically, as years of pent-up emotions explode within his chest. The desperate desire to keep someone from leaving grows stronger than ever before, making him feel the surreal sensation of losing control of his own body for the first time. The construct's powerful kick splits the coffin open, revealing countless corpses through the crack. Still not enough. He continues attacking until the coffin finally splits in half. He brings the human out, but there are no vital signs. No matter how he calls out, there's no response. Only the howling snowstorm is answering Wansh's pleas. First aid kit. Keep the body warm. There's still a chance. I have human medical equipment. The defibrillator. He pulls the red defibrillator from his waist, silently counting time as he tries again and again. Please, wake up. Just wake up. He refuses to give up, just as he prepares himself for a long vigil. The human's fingers twitch, ever so slightly. The stiff hand slowly grips back. The human responds to the construct's plea with a firm grip, like always. Commandant. Commandant. He keeps calling out that name at the top of his lungs, terrified that if the Commandant cannot hear him, they'll miss each other forever. An hour ago. Where is he? In the distant reality, the one whose name was called is racing against time in order to save the construct. After leaving the cultivation area, the human and Rosetta lost contact with Wansha, who had been scouting ahead. After searching separately for a while, the two of them finally found a white figure, collapsed on the broken metal bridge, after fighting off a group of grotesque hetero creatures. I found Wansha! Over here! Got it. I'm coming to you now. The human rushes to Wansha. Upon checking his mind condition, his thoughts immediately race for solutions. Don't come here. We need to head back to the central lab right now and restore its power system. The central lab? Where they conducted those experiments back then? What are you planning? I've seen inside Wansha's mind. The memories there aren't just his own. There's also Wanshu's. 056's. If I remember correctly, that place should have everything we need for a deep mind connection. The human activates the exoskeleton and hoists Wansha onto the back. Before the shattered coffin, Wansha stares in shock at the hand gripping his own. He sees what happened outside an hour ago. A human carrying a construct with a shattered mind, carefully making their way into the lab toward an old device. Wansha has seen this device many times in his memories. It still works. Thank goodness. The human pulls out the old connection cable, taking quite some time to figure out how it works. Under the current conditions, this is the best they can get. The human takes a deep breath. Prepare for deep mind connection. Did I succeed? Yeah, you did it, Wansha. It took nearly an hour. You saved me. I saved you. He repeats the human's words in a daze, still stunned by the recent shock. But this is not the end yet. Your mind hasn't stabilized. We must dive deeper. Making it this far only means you're ready to start anew. Start anew? Wansha turns to look at the path behind, seeing his footprints on the glacier. Each step a memory he was forced to revisit during his mind's destruction. And behind him, in places he has never looked before, lie countless footprints of different sizes. They belong to everyone who has walked alongside him until now. Wansha, I will reorganize all the chaotic memory data in your mind. You need to retrace every single step of the path that brought you here. Review this life of yours, and find where each path began. The glacier creaks and groans as it begins to thaw. He looks at it again. What flows beneath is not entirely despair and suffering. It might take quite a while. Let's go now, Wansha. Lucid Dreamer. Is it a coffin or amber that wrapped up the body? Oh, I need a drink. A little drink of water. I said I need a drink and then I got self-conscious. Because I was like, oh wait, people say that when they need like an alcoholic drink. That's not what I'm doing. I'm drinking fluids for hydration. I'm doing human things. Oh, I think I'm going to be right back. I want to get some chocolate. I just want some chocolate. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get some chocolate and eat it. Hydration and chocolate. Two beautiful things, in my opinion. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back, I got chocolate. Chocolate! I need it, because this story chapter's kind of depressing. Well, I say that as though most Punishing Grey Raven story chapters aren't depressing. Like, as depressing as this chapter is, it's still not more depressing than the Surviving Luchum, which is one I didn't stream. But it's really good. I love chocolate. Do you like chocolate, Cole? I like milk chocolate a lot. I don't mind dark chocolate. I just prefer milk chocolate. Because milk chocolate's so sweet. I love sweet food. I feel like, considering my personality, it wouldn't surprise anybody to know that I'm a sweet tooth. You prefer dark chocolate? Do you like the kind of like bitter flavor a little better? Yeah, I prefer the sweet stuff. But that's not to say I don't like dark chocolate. I just prefer milk chocolate. I just think chocolate is great. Chocolate is a wonderful thing. I'm glad we made it. Okay. No, something else in him had died. Something that he had long desired should perish. Was it not what he had once wished to destroy during his ardent years of asceticism? The more cocoa, the better, you say? Is that, like... I'm... Sorry, I just laughed a little, because I'm launching into this, like, long monologue that's probably, like, super, you know, deep and emotional, and I'm putting it on hold to talk about chocolate. When you, like, the more cocoa, isn't that, like, the more actual, like, cocoa is in the chocolate, the more dark it is, the more bitter it is? I will say, there is, like, for me, there's a limit to how dark I can go. Because I remember one time when I was younger, I got like this chocolate, like a bag of little chocolates. I think it was like Ghirardelli chocolates. And it was like 3 different kinds of dark chocolate, and they were all marked by like the percentage. I think like the cocoa percentage. And as a little wee lad, I was like, wow, that probably means that the ones with higher percentages are better. Just like really, really good chocolate. More chocolate. Which I guess that's not entirely wrong. It's like, yeah, it is more cocoa. It is more cocoa. But I didn't know that like corresponded to how bitter the chocolate is. So I was just like, let's go. Let's eat it. And I had some of the like really, really dark chocolate, like 70 or something percent cocoa, and I did not like it. It was too much for me. I'm just a little sweet tooth. I like sweet things. I like milk chocolate. I like donuts. I like nice cake. I like syrup. I like waffles with syrup and pancakes with syrup. Now I want all of those. Why did I talk about this? Ugh. I should have just shut up and dropped the chocolate talk, because now I want so much sweet food. It's fine. I'll get through it. My And come to think of it, my birthday is this month. So I'm gonna get some cake or something. Yeah! I just have to wait a little bit. Oh, God, it's less than 3 weeks away at this point. That's kind of weird to think about. I feel like it snuck up on me this year. That checks out because you're such a sweet guy. Thank you, Cole. You flatter me. I try my best. I just try my best. Okay. Let's get back to pain and suffering. Was it not his self, his small, fearful, and proud self, with which he had wrestled for so many years, but which had always conquered him again, which appeared each time again and again, which robbed him of happiness and filled him with fear? Was it not this which had finally died today, in the wood by this delightful river? Was it not because of its death that he was now like a child, so full of trust and happiness, without fear? The Commandant's hand grabs Wanshi and pushes him away. Other hands also spring into action, joining in to force him back, as if answering a silent call. He looks again to see the snowstorm, which is now halted. The icebound rivers slowly melt, preparing to flow backwards. They surge forth once more, carrying both despair and desire, screaming and rejoicing. The river's tale was never just about suffering, for hope has always been intertwined with despair. All his memories flow within, rushing through rivers, lakes, waterfalls, and streams, merging into the ocean, transforming into clouds and rain, falling back down, seeping into soil, nurturing a tree, only to collect a single tear from its branches. An act of love crystallizes into the amber that preserves all things, tenderly, yet firmly embracing Wanshi and carrying him to the beginning. Wanshi slumbers within, until even his frame weathers and cracks with time. He's witnessed the origin of everything. He first sees, when the amber first came into existence, the Earth's crust had just taken shape, the land split apart, and desolation reigned the surface. Then, water appears. With its emergence, the amber begins to accelerate, transforming from inorganic to organic, from simple molecules to complex ones, giving birth to the most primitive form of life. Life begins to evolve, growing in unpredictable directions, crawling from water to land, transforming into plants and animals. Life proliferates explosively, spreading to every corner of the amber. Life proliferates explosively. That's a sentence. He then sees. Seeds begin to deliver life, which grows into mature forms, eventually dying either through destruction or natural decay, and becoming remains. New seeds sprout from the remains, fall to the ground, and grow once more, carrying forward their genes. At first, flowers and grass sprout within the amber. Their vitality pushes them through the frame's cracks, where they bloom and bear fruit. Wait, were those there before? He's got flowers blooming out of his chest. I didn't notice if those were there before. The Ouroboros slithers across his body, coiling around the wooden staff in his hand, struggling, shedding its skin, and reincarnating. Later, birds appear within the amber.
Oh, Birdie! Birdie!
They fly over and perch upon the frame, build their nests, then nurture their young. And so the seeds continue to evolve, bringing prosperity to the amber, witnessing endless cycles of change. Billions of years have passed, until this day. He has long grown accustomed to seeing all things preserved in the amber, understanding everything, all physical objects, theories, and spirits. Yet something about today's thick fog strikes him as unusual. Footsteps echo from afar, accompanied by weak, exhausted breathing. He can tell that these sounds belong to a human seed, a human child. He holds a special fondness for this species that has existed for merely millions of years, and so he warms the soil nearby, hoping the barefooted seed, child, won't catch cold. The seed walks to the patch of earth where he was buried, crouches down to feel the giant tree's bark, and digs through the soil near its roots until his fingers brush against something. It's amber.
Amber? Is there something inside? I can't see clearly.
The child holds the excavated amber up to the sky. With the sunlight hiding behind the fog, everything within the amber remains obscured. So he dissipates the thick fog ever so slightly, allowing sunlight to shine through and help the child see what lies within the amber.
The sun is out now. Everything's clear. Is that
A seed inside? This is where one ship begins. This is where everything begins. A crack appears on the solid amber, like the egg that split darkness apart in ancient poetry, or a fledgling breaking through its shell. The young child turns around as the amber peels away from his body, and after the turn, he's no longer a child, but a construct, standing before the giant tree like a white eagle. The cracks in his frame and the hole in his chest are filled, as love flows in to make him whole again. He prepares himself, listening to the sounds in the mist. This is as much as I can do. Wansha, I must send you to Eden. I understand. After living through my human life and depleting all my strength as a construct to reach this point, perhaps I should take a rest. But no one's life can be defined by pain and pleasure alone. Mine is no different. Having lived such a life, I'm eager to return and fulfill my duty, to save those I still can. Besides, there are many more waiting for me ahead. If love can secure their future existence, I shall hold on to love forever. Wansha closes his eyes. I'm on it. Activate emergency response system for Bed 47. Check tracheal intubation first, then establish IV access. I'm his temporary guardian, and I'm responsible for him. Now hurry. Patient in Bed 47 is awake. Wansha awakens on the small hospital bed.
in Eden? My memories all jumbled up.
Did you say something? No need to rush. Just do as I say. She actually did it. It's okay now. Everything's okay. Through his blurred vision, someone reaches out and softly caresses his forehead. With all the strength he can muster, he longingly leans into the doctor's palm. And Melvi. Commandant, what did he just say? You sure he's recovered? I've seen similar cases in the ARU. Mind damage this severe. I'm afraid he might not. Anxious voices echo in his ears, accompanied by the relentless sound of gunfire. Is that Aunt Melvi? Wansha blinks, recalibrating his visual module, and realizes this is not the Star of Light. No one is touching his forehead. In a corridor of the abandoned research facility, the human and Rosetta place the still unconscious Wansha behind them, as they face off against the frenzied hetero creatures. Their luck has not improved. After the deep dive, they chose what seemed to be the safest path, only to run into a horde of lurking hetero creatures, quickly finding themselves trapped with nowhere to go. Commandant! Rosetta hurls her shield into the ground, creating a barrier against the tide of incoming hetero creatures. I've got this! Taking advantage of the shield's cover, the human finds the perfect angle and fires the tactical pistol. The muzzle flashes repeatedly, slaying several stalled hetero creatures. It's no use. There are too many of them. We're about to be overwhelmed. The path behind us has collapsed. We can't retreat. We'll have to break through with Wansha. Suddenly, a hetero creature breaks through the barrier, nimbly leaps onto the ceiling, and lunges down at the human with its gaping maw. No. Save what I still can save. Hearing the reassuring voice from behind, the human's mind drifts for a split second. Activating calibration mode. 1. Breathe and focus. The airflow seems to slow with Wansha's words as the drone's wings scatter apart, instantly generating a massive force field behind the human. After a moment of stillness, the air begins to flow once more as an ice blue enhanced round pierces through the force field, striking the hetero creature nearest to the human. The hetero creature howls in defiance as it fades away into nothing. In this brief respite, the human quickly falls back to reload. Wansha draws his gun and charges forward, helping Rosetta eliminate more of the twisted creatures ahead. What? Are you okay? The snow owl has no time to reply. As he raises his hand, the calibration screen activates with his movement, firmly locking onto the hetero creatures ahead. Condensation projectiles rain down like a curtain of storms. He hurls another tactical grenade forward, shocking his teammates. Rosetta, fall back! Roger that! Rosetta withdraws her lance, readies her shield, and retreats to a safe position alongside the human. Under the focused bombardment of overwhelming firepower, the hetero creature's bone-chilling screech gradually fades away. Finally, Wansha emerges from the pile of remains. You're awake. Sorry. I accidentally bumped your head while we were making our escape. Your mind is severely disrupted. Without an immediate deep mind connection, the disruption will tear your mind apart. The Commandant connected with you using the equipment left behind in this research facility, saying you would wake up. Still somewhat drowsy, Wansha touches the small scratch on his forehead, then looks at the two teammates who have protected him until now. Rosetta's frame shows obvious wear and tear, while the human bears wounds of varying sizes. The human is still watching him with concern. As he gazes into the human's eyes, the snowstorm and coffin in his mind gradually fade away, and the life preserved in amber now feels like nothing more than a dream. All of the present and essence have converged to this very moment. After what feels like an eternity of silence, he speaks his first words in billions of years. Commandant, I've woken from my sleep. The human in Rosetta's expressions visibly relax. You were in such a deep sleep, we didn't dare wake you carelessly. The tense atmosphere melts away as everyone exchanges gentle jokes. Wansha lowers his head with a gentle smile. Thanks. Wansha steadies himself, calibrating each module throughout his body, before returning to focus on the task at hand, with vigilance. The mission isn't complete yet. I need to get to the lowest floor. Shorthalt had moved down there. They couldn't investigate me further. That's probably where the clues ultimately point to. As if responding to Wansha's words, the ground violently shakes, and the entire area noticeably sinks. Here it comes again! It's still trembling. Ever since the Commandant initiated the Deep Mind connection, these underground tremors have been occurring intermittently. 4 times in the past 30 minutes alone. If this continues, the abandoned research facility will either collapse or sink completely underground. We're running out of time. In that case, our top priority now is to rescue the remaining construct soldiers. Wansha tightens his grip on the gun at his waist. He has chosen to focus on those who still live. It's not going to be that simple. Yes, my sensors are detecting red tide in the lower levels. The red tide is extremely active here. If it consumes and analyzes Shorthalt in his current state, it might accelerate its spread. That would not only put us under greater time pressure, but also threaten the evacuation of conservation areas 189 and 190. We need manpower on both sides. I get it now. Shorthalt was taken by Ascendants for punishing experiments, and his consciousness remains trapped inside, unable to wake. Child test subjects and researchers were just illusions. What he actually dealt with were deserters who had made this place their stronghold. That explains everything. Those traces on the terminals were left by him too. Wansha draws his revolver as drones spread out behind him. Let's split up. I'll handle the situation on the lowest level. Not corrupted. He probably wants to transmit some information. Some information to us. We need to find it and bring the data back to Babylonia. Corrupted? Is that what you're talking about? Rosetta comes to a halt, pointing to a corner not far away where a severely damaged Corrupted stands in silent vigil. Leave this place and Rosetta to me. No, leave this place to Rosetta and me. We'll follow it. Though Wansha knows full well this shell houses nothing of the person who once lived, he still feels a surge of complex emotions at the sight of it. Alright. He takes one last look at the Corrupted before turning away. Wait. Rosetta raises her spear above her head as its high-energy emission unit blazes with blinding light. Been wanting to say this for a while. This slow collapse isn't suited for our operation. I may as well break right through this. As another tremor hits, her spear plunges like a falling star, piercing through the shaking ground. Amidst the flying debris, Rosetta gives Wansha a nod and takes her place beside the human Commandant. I'll maintain a remote connection with you. Below the massive void lies an unknown realm of pure darkness, where punishing energy gushes forth like an oil well, causing its concentration in the air to spike dramatically. The human pulls out the last serum and injects it. Let's go. Wansha jumps down into the void. Behind him, the Grave Raven Commandant and Rosetta head toward a different direction, following the corrupted. As they are led down a hidden path, their communication devices suddenly begin to emit noises. It's Sandy and Greg! I'm picking up the team's signal now, too. They must be nearby. The corrupted up ahead comes to a halt before slipping into a more secluded room. This is... The room's layout immediately reveals its original purpose. The main control room. The data is most likely here. An excited cry rings out from the corner of the control room as a lightly injured construct comes running over. Commandant! Greg, you're here? What about the others? Following Greg around to the other side of the pipeline, they find several constructs sprawled across the ground, the ones who went missing in the research facility. Greg frantically grabs the human's arms, his voice nearly breaking. We ran into some kind of scorpion. It was so massive, but it didn't make a single sound when stalking us. Thank goodness Sandy detected punishing signals at the last second. We'd be lying here with them. Seeing Greg about to retch from anxiety again, the human gives him a few gentle pats on the back like Sandy did. Easy there, Greg. Take your time. After we were attacked by that scorpion, guys showed up again. Greg points to the corrupted standing on the other side of the control room. It dragged us down into the void below and moved us all the way here. Looks like these poor souls ran into the same situation. Wansha was right. It really is leading the way. They can still be saved, right? Greg kneels down once more, pressing his hands against a construct's wound to stop the rapid loss of vital fluid. There are too many wounded. I'm not a support type, but I did receive systematic first aid training. I thought I could at least keep their condition stable, so I stayed here to watch over them. Having just examined the injured constructs herself, Rosetta rises to her feet with a slight sense of relief. I've checked their injuries. Fortunately, all wounded were treated in time. That's good. That's good. Well done, Greg. Greg slumps to the ground, still keeping pressure on the wound while muttering to himself. Finally made myself somewhat useful. The ground suddenly shakes with unprecedented magnitude, surpassing any previous tremors as debris rains down from the ceiling. Wansha has arrived. The human nervously performs a check, but fortunately the feedback from the remote connection shows stable readings. So far so good. The remote connection is holding stable. At this rate, by the time Wansha finishes it off, the research facility will completely collapse. I'll activate the main console now. Debris rains down from the ceiling onto everyone's heads, a clear sign that they cannot afford to wait any longer. Keep an eye on them, Greg. We'll go ahead to gather information. Wansha gave me these emergency maintenance tools. They're all pretty basic. You should know how to use them. Focus on waking up those with lighter injuries first. With just a few of us here, there's no way we can evacuate all the constructs before the collapse. Greg stands there dumbfounded, processing what he just heard. The human shoves the construct maintenance tools into his free hand. We're counting on you, Greg. Right. Got it. Meanwhile, Rosetta swiftly activates the device and connects the storage device they brought. Fortunately, the power they just restored in the central lab seems to have reached this area as well. One more thing. While collecting data, try to use the transmitter here to contact Babylonia. It might work. Watch out! piece of falling debris nearly hits the human before Rosetta blocks it, but other debris still clashes into the main console. The screen flashes randomly. Rosetta! Focus on the device. We're running out of time. It's not just the collapse we need to worry about. There's also the red tide. It can easily consume us if we can't evacuate within an hour. Rosetta continues working on the console. The screen flickers again, only to display an access denied window. Already on the brink of falling apart, the device seems to have been calmed by the human's deep breath, slowly loading a different interface. Searching. Regular patterns of light begin to flicker across the corrupted that had guided the two to this control room. It crawls over at lightning speed. Had the human not dodged in time, they would have been rammed head-on by the corrupted, its body covered in punishing energy. Under the human and Rosetta's watch, it connects to the prepared interface, like a ritual sacrifice. The interface refreshes once more, as vast experimental data and written records cascade before the human's eyes like a digital river. Rapidly scanning through the text, the human soon breaks into a cold sweat. Through these records, one can trace each test subject's brief existence, when they arrived, when they transformed into constructs, and when they were finally discarded like trash. Each entry is written with the tenderness of a mother documenting her child's growth. Perhaps Wanshu is the only person who truly knows whether her obsession, the fusion of love and scientific pursuit, had saved lives, or merely imposed new burdens upon others. Data recording complete, Commandant. There is no time to think. As soon as the storage terminal signals completion, Rosetta swiftly pulls it out and carefully tucks it away. Not even a second's respite is granted. A violent tremor and blood-curdling howls from below herald the control room's collapse. Wanshu! The remote connection keeps cutting in and out. Unable to find out what happened to Wanshu, the human's heart begins racing once again. Stand next to me! Rosetta raises her shield, holding up the collapsing ceiling while ensuring Greg and the others are safe behind her. I've just sent a distress signal with our coordinates to Babylonia. Let's prepare to retreat, Commandant. Right. Let's get Wanshu out of here, too. Boss fight! Boss fight! Woohoo! Mint. Wonder why it's called mint. Reach out to grasp those countless hands that lift this seed from the mire. Okay, 3 achievements. Defeat Short Halt within 300 seconds. Complete a judgment of Source of Suffering. And complete a judgment of Synchronized Agony. Well, that first one seems easy enough. I have no idea what the other two mean. Let's get going. Wanshu leaps into the void, followed by Commandant and Rosetta, both in pursuit of Wanshu and the truth. Though their paths diverge, they all move toward the same purpose. To seek the truth, to save others, to cut out the poisonous roots left by the previous generation. And Wanshu closes his eyes. Hush, little baby, close your eyes. Have a peaceful sleep on the rocking boat. The small boat gently rocks. Wanshu lies on the boat, wrapped in a warm, soft swaddle. She wasn't kidding when she said she was just making up lullabies. Would you like to take a break? I can hold the child for a while. I have younger siblings at home, too. I'm Melvi. I noticed you haven't let go of the baby since before we boarded. Thanks, but I'm alright. The shuttle suddenly shudders, sending passengers stumbling in all directions. The woman clutches the swaddle tightly as her safety belt yanks her back into her seat. The blanket comes loose, revealing the infant's face. He must have survived an explosion with his family. The skin bears scrapes from gravel, and what little undamaged skin remains glows an unhealthy red. It's clearly burning with fever. What's this? Wounds were treated before we boarded. It's just... he's very sick. He's still alive. He's using his father's slot too. We aren't taking up any additional space. Let me save him. Please. Don't worry. Once we reach Babylonia, there's hope. I'll help save him. I studied medicine, and I'm going up there to do research. We'll have access to cutting-edge technology. Of course, it won't just be me. Everyone will help save him. He's just a child, after all. Melvie gazes tenderly at the infant. He is the seed of our world. The seeds will never be abandoned. Trust me. So right now, what you need most is rest. Let us take care of the child for now, alright? People from across the shuttle reach out their hands as well. I've got some rubbing alcohol with me. Let's clean up those wounds. It's a baby boy. Look, he looks just like his mother. What's his name? Countless hands reach out carefully toward the swaddle. Countless hands cradle the seeds with utmost care. The tiny floral patterned boat begins to rock once more. Hush, little baby, close your eyes. Have a peaceful sleep on the rocking boat. Go up slowly, one step at a time. And reach out to grasp those countless hands that lift this seed from the mire. Whether it's the lives of forgotten orphans or the life of Construct, there are always those who fight to protect them. Every departed person in Wonsha's memories chose this path, some without hesitation, some driven by their conscience. Now, I too will walk this path. This is the choice I made for myself. I believe, too, that another possibility awaits at the end of this path. Wonsha opens fire at his feet, causing the insect-like hetero creatures to scatter in panic, some fleeing, others lunging to attack him. The lights on their backs flicker densely, forming a luminous path. At its end, violent tremors surge forth once again. Short halt. He lands steadily on the bottom floor, only for hetero creatures to immediately welcome him with their fangs bare, gnawing at his frame. Vital fluid leaks from his wounds as Wonsha inches toward the end, step by step, surrounded by hetero creatures. Though he collapsed here before, he must start anew. He must reach the end. He must meet Short Hall. Even if they're all just phantoms, trying again and again with these children, over and over without end. In those brief moments of clarity, he left behind clues, even if it's a noose to hang yourself. So stubborn. But it's people like you who carry us this far. The dangerous path of light now has the Construct's vital fluid scattered on it, a proof that he too has walked this path. The hetero creature's screech as drones spread out behind Wonsha, mercilessly eliminating these noisy nuisances. After blasting through the last wave of hetero creatures blocking the way, a vast underground chamber unfolds before Wonsha's eyes. The red tide churns at the edge of the cage, ready to swallow both the prison and prisoner in the next instant. Such a soul should not be bound within this dark cage. Wonsha leaps down into the cage, just like how he, as a military doctor, jumped from the ruins with repair components in his arms years ago. Short halt! Alright, let's go, let's go. Ugh. Ew. What'd they do to him? He used to be handsome.
See
Now
the
he's
bigger
dead.
picture now? Your weakness is fully exposed. There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide.
Woo!
Seeing the bigger picture
Ah!
now?
My orbs!
I still have a shot. Seeing the bigger picture now?
The enemy will cast Source of Suffering in battle, causing an explosion after channeling for a few seconds to deal heavy damage. Identify the enemy's shield color and use matching signal orbs to break it. Attacks triggered by the core passive and special orbs count as universal orb attacks.
My choice.
I did it! I did it! I think.
There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide.
Is he really going down this quickly?
This is my choice. I still have another shot. Your weakness has been fully exposed. See, your weakness has been fully exposed. There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. Your weakness, see the bigger. I still have another shot.
Probably a phase change, I assume. Oh, you've got a big thing now. Ah!
I still have another shot.
Crap! I wasn't fast enough.
So it's here. So many of them walked past me. Right here. And never came back. But this time, I'm not gonna let you pass by me too. I have to go back. Connect with me, Commandant. I still have another shot. This is my choice. Seeing the bigger picture now? There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. This is my choice.
Huh? Oh, blue. It turned yellow?
Attempting self-repair.
Wait, what? I'm Hypnos now? What? He changed my frame. I didn't know he could do that.
Time for you you to go to bed. One shot, one kill. Your eyes.
Uh-oh. Did I,
This is my choice.
did I do it right? I don't know.
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness is fully. I still have another shot.
Hey.
See, there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
This is my choice. Your weakness is fully exposed.
Complete a judgment of synchronized agony. Okay, cool.
The bigger picture now? There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
This is my choice. The bigger picture now? There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
I still have another shot. Your weakness has been fully exposed.
Crap.
Your weakness has been fully exposed. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Gotcha?
Is everything just an illusion?
Yay! Short Halt feels like he's heard a shout. It is an overcast day. He sits on the ground after a fierce battle, looking around to find nothing but ruins and bodies still shrouded in gun smoke. Only Wonsha remains by his side, busy repairing his cracked arm. Was I hearing things? Did you hear anything? Instead of answering, Wonsha changes the subject. The damage on your arm is pretty serious. Got a bit careless, but no sweat. Don't you already have medic bots in Scare? Remember to use one when you get back. Medic bot is quite helpful, but it's in for repairs right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to trouble you. In for repairs. Medic bot? Short Halt clears his throat awkwardly again. Best not to ask about the scarab. Not bothering to argue with Short Halt anymore, Wonsha shuts down the maintenance module and returns the arm to him. I've done some basic training, but remember to visit the construct maintenance department when you return to Babylonia. Thanks. Is that all? I'll take a nap if you don't need me for anything else. That's all, but I keep feeling like there's something I haven't done. Strange. Should we check your mind status? It's not that serious. Just need some rest when I get back. Short Halt reaches into his pocket for a mint to help clear his head, but finds nothing. The pocket is empty. What? Did I finish it already? What are you looking for? Valeria gave me some snacks before I left. There's no way I ate them all at once. Did I drop them somewhere? Snacks, huh? Will this work? Short Halt looks at Wonsha's palm, where a single liquor-filled mint candy lies. That's it. Short Halt takes it and unwraps the candy. That's it. It'll help clear your head. Short Halt pauses briefly as he stares at the green candy in the wrapper. Staring at the candy, he remembers many forgotten memories. The 2 young thieves he encountered at the youth center, the junior squad member who vanished in the dead zone, and the countless comrades who fell on the battlefield fighting Punishing. He had shared candy with these people, their fates intertwined. I see. Wansha stares into Shorthalt's eyes, as if trying to confirm something. How long was I in there? A long time. The military has already listed you as deceased. Really has been a while. Valeria didn't show you that footage? One where I was drunk and hugging a medic bar? The first thing Shorthalt asks is about some bizarre video that Wansha has never even heard of. Great. Glad you didn't see it. Shorthalt takes the candy from Wansha and holds it in his palm. Want me to tell you what happened to me? You probably know most of it already. The Ascendant, that purple-haired kid, turned this place into their stronghold, throwing constructs of stable minds together to merge them. We were just one batch of test subjects, and they'll keep doing this. It's all over now. Seeing Wansha's expression, Shorthalt seems to understand. Oh. It's been so long. Who was involved? From what I heard, there were a lot of people, including the Grey Raven Commandant and your clone. Your nameplate has been returned and is now in Valeria's custody. What about Valeria? They didn't do anything unnecessary, did they? I'm not sure. What about you? Sometimes you're even more obsessive than those lunatics. Forget it. Let's drop this. Your head's already a mess. Can't handle any more chaos right now. Shorthalt taps his head, gesturing to Wansha. So many minds overlapping. I've seen countless memories of the past, including ones from this place. This research facility experiments on children. The dump out back is almost full. I tried to get the children out, running everywhere. Couldn't find an exit, and they marked me as an intruder and opened fire. Seems like it was all just hallucinations I pieced together. I know everything, Shorthalt, and I can see all that you've done. You do? Shorthalt smiles. You followed the clues I left behind to find me, didn't you? You even found a way to deal with me. Looks like you haven't forgotten about those old missions after all. Those memories are too persistent. Anyone would have trouble forgetting them. Shorthalt pats Wansha on the shoulder. Wansha keeps his head down. He knows he has lost another person who had once patted his shoulder in his youth. We're running out of time. Let's go, Wansha. The red tide will devour the nearby conservation area. Take what you need, and the people you want to save. You should have found the Grey Raven Commandant by now, then withdraw as quickly as possible. But you... Whoa, hold it right there. Don't you dare have any dangerous thoughts. Besides, I wasn't the only one in there screaming and struggling. Everyone needs to be set free. Shorthalt picks up the mint candy. Without hesitation, he swallows it. As Wansha's finger leads the trigger, fragments of the mask from the scorpion-like enemy's face scatter through the air, whistling sharply past his ears. Shorthalt's parade has come to an end. He will be preserved in Wansha's amber, intact and eternal. Oh, I got all of it? What was the doing the... I'm honestly not sure what I did, but I got all the achievements, so yay! Yay! While in a lucid dream, we look back at the scenery along the way with our clear eyes. Out with the old and in with the new. We will witness the transformation of the desolation under our feet into prosperity. I do kind of want to know what happens if you succeed on that thing. I'm gonna quickly just try to get to the point in the fight again. I just want to see what happens. I just want to know. Hey, short
Picture now.
I know we just did this,
Exposed.
but we're doing it again.
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness has been fully exposed.
Ah!
I still
Ow!
have a shot. Seeing the bigger picture now?
Yeah, I know.
I still have another shot. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Chip-pew! Ah!
Seeing that your weakness has been fully exposed. There's nowhere to go.
Okay,
Nowhere to hide.
here we go. This is the part.
I still have another shot.
What? I thought...
So it's here.
Does it not do anything? Or did I fail? Huh. Maybe I'll do it again later on my own time and figure out what happened. Anyway, we've still got stuff to finish. There are 26 chapters in this 26 parts of this chapter. Still got 4 to go. Though, the last 2 seem to be an extra thing? Wait a minute. Are we gonna see the video of him getting drunk? That'd be kind of funny. Infant. Since coming into existence as a human, Wansha has never slept this peacefully before. The Grey Raven Commandant's concerns proved justified. After slaying the scorpion-like enemy, Wansha finds a relatively clean spot and lies down. Someone has disabled the research facility's signal jamming, finally exposing this long-abandoned facility to everyone's view. As Wansha gazes up at the shattered kaleidoscope above, his terminal receives intermittent communications through Strikehawk's internal channel. Even they have come, huh? Besides the nearby Strikehawk, Wansha's thoughts drift to the 3 members of Grey Raven. Last time they got so worried, the Commandant left the team for just a moment. I wonder how they'll react this time. And you? What's up? Our Commandant. Yeah, I got it. Still, he continues to finish the sentence. Don't let anything happen to our Commandant. Wansha closes his eyes, feeling his frame become light as air. Tables have turned this time. With the human Commandant's support, the overloaded neural pathways in his mind finally stabilize and stretch out, growing toward the vast, seemingly endless horizons. The past is settled for now, and all uncertain paths have found their answers. Time for a little nap. The entire research facility crumbles and sinks. The massive scorpion-like creature and the nearby ground plunge into the red tide. The shards that were once forced to dwell within this vessel have now faded into the void. No hopeful recalls, no more painful experiments to endure. Everyone has simply returned to where they were meant to be. Nothing more. Since coming into existence as a human, Wansha has never slept this peacefully before.
Wansha, if Dr. Melvey catches you skipping sleep again, she's definitely going to confiscate your wish cards.
Wansha is standing by the Venetian blinds of the ward. Freckles' words make him somewhat displeased.
When I grow up, I'll get rid of the system where they take back wish cards. Once you get one, it's yours. No taking it back. Why do you do this every night? You look pretty tired yourself. I have nightmares. What kind of nightmares? I don't quite understand yet.
Lost in thought, Wansha runs his fingers across the Venetian blinds. Through the gaps, you can see Babylonia's artificial dome scattered with stars. Even the mere thought of those dreams make him sick to his stomach. Syringes, test tubes, massive machinery, blood-stained labs, and mountains of corpses. He never understood what any of it meant. His mother never had the chance to tell him. From the bottom of his heart, he wishes he could forget it all.
Aunt Melvy said I should just forget about them. When we grow up, we'll be able to forget our childhood memories.
Forget all the bad dreams, and keep only the beautiful memories of Earth.
I'd rather remember everything. If I forget what came before the amputation, I won't remember what it felt like to walk. Don't your current memories mean anything to you? You're so eager to forget everything.
As soon as Freckles speaks these words, Wansha freezes, his nails making a skin-crawling screech on the blinds.
Those memories... do they matter? I just want to forget the nightmares. I want a better future. One where I have lots of friends. No more nightmares.
Through the gaps in the blinds, Wansha spots someone approaching him. He turns to call for Freckle, only to find an empty hospital bed. Wansha. A person who is not supposed to be there taps on the window. It's time to wake up.
Mom? I wasn't sleeping.
Another person forces their way next to Wanshu and gives the window 2 knocks as well. Get up already. Why do you always stay up so late? You're still a kid and need good sleep to grow up. More and more people gather outside the window. Phalo with his blue-purple hair, Professor Chiron, and Thompson with his wrist projection device. Without realizing it, Wansha presses against the window, eyes wide open, trying to get a good look at them.
Can't get out. I don't want to leave either. I want to look at you all a little longer. I might never see you again in my dreams after this.
But then a towering figure approaches. It's a construct. As he raises his powerful arm to pound against the window, the entire house shakes from the impact. Don't fall asleep here. The construct pounds for a while, then lets out a resigned sigh, as if accepting his fate. Looks like I won't be able to break this thing after all. I'll leave it to someone else.
Who?
That future you've been dreaming of. After Shorthalt finishes his sentence, the ground violently shakes, almost knocking Wansha off his feet. A wave of heat tears through the ward's walls and windows. Wansha squints and stumbles backward. Fortunately, the blinding light has not damaged his eyes. Once his eyes adjust to the new light, he stares in shock at the completely transformed scene outside. As far as the eye can see, the air is filled with dancing flames and floating ash of the battlefield. Yet amidst these ruins of the future, 4 constructs stand their ground, unwavering. The construct in white at the front extends a hand toward him, murmuring softly. This is the future I've been longing for.
Wansha! Wansha!
He feels himself being lifted up and placed onto something that keeps swaying and bumping. This feeling is all too familiar to him, exactly like when he was carried out of the ruins years ago. After Wansha feels like he has slept enough, he slowly opens his eyes in response to the calls. Great. Finally made it in time.
Wansha! You're finally awake!
Wansha's audio sensors take a heavy blow as the blonde construct's face suddenly appears in sight. So close that he can almost count every speck of dust on Wansha's face. Calmly.
You really gave us all a fright! The Commandant hadn't told us you were just sleeping. Captain would have carried you all the way back to Babylonia no matter what.
Wansha sits up and takes in his surroundings. Dawn breaks over the wilderness as their transport vehicle drives on. Sitting in the back of the truck, he finds himself under the watchful eyes of both the Strike Hawk teammates and the Commandant. Glad you're awake. We're all exhausted. Commandant said that during your mission, some archived memory data in your mind was triggered. Good thing they explained everything clearly. Otherwise, Kamui would have blamed himself for years.
We're talking about mind issues here. Of course I'd think about that time with the spiked pillow. I really thought I'd knocked something loose in your head.
So you finally realized how dangerous that thing could be. Kamui hovers around Wansha like a worried puppy, checking him over and over again.
You really alright? Are you sure?
Don't worry, I'm fine. Just feeling a bit dizzy in my mind. That's all. After effects? Wansha nods. There might be other symptoms too, like falling into sleep mode uncontrollably at random times. Seeing everyone's looks of understanding, Wansha cannot help but add another comment. I mean it, literally. Everyone's expressions darken in unison. Once we're back in Babylonia, the first thing to do is getting you through a checkup at Star of Life. Roger that. Speaking of which, how are the others? Everyone's fine. Egret arrived just in time to provide support. Rosetta went with them to escort the wounded to the new temporary shelter. A new temporary shelter? Have they finished relocating both conservation areas? Yes. Liv and Lee finished helping relocate the residents from Conservation Area 189. Conservation Area 192 was evacuated earlier, and everything went smoothly. Wansha looks back behind the transport vehicle. In that direction, the Red Tide has already devoured the abandoned research facility. Soon, both human conservation areas will vanish as well. Wansha, we need to head to the new shelter to regroup with the others. Wansha calmly turns around to look at everyone aboard the transport vehicle. the Punishing will devour this place, erasing many things we call memories. But humanity will build a new home elsewhere, and people will always create new memories together. People will set down their belongings and equipment at the new temporary shelter, enduring a difficult period of reconstruction. After that, they will erect a new Punishing central fortification filter and build new housing. By then, Babylonia will also send constructs down to assist with the construction. Alright, let's head to the new place. Daylight floods the sky as people bustle in and out of the hastily erected military tents. Thanks to the scouts' early detection of Red Tide activity, the evacuation proceeded smoothly. Apart from unavoidable property losses and harassment from hetero creatures along the way, no other issues arose. Most people managed to remain emotionally composed as they throw themselves into the new construction effort. After a brief report to Babylonia, you finally have time to address Liv's worried gaze. Don't move your left hand yet. Yes, hold that position. The wound is quite deep, and regular repair gel can only serve as emergency treatment. We'll need to protect it with this method for now. This might hurt a bit, Commandant. As soon as Liv speaks, she swiftly wraps medical bandages around the human's forearm. The disinfectant gel is pressed into the wound by the wrapping, spreading a searing burn through the area. Sorry, Commandant. Please bear with it for a moment. I wish I had been by your side then. Downhearted, Liv lowers her head. Liv departed early with the first few evacuation teams, with plans to return before daybreak. However, before dawn could even arrive, Grey Raven received news that their commandant had gone missing during a new operation. With a heart heavy with worry, Liv rushed to provide support as soon as she finished relocating the refugees. When she saw her commandant safe with Strikehawk and tightly clasped the commandant's hand in hers, her tension finally eased. Lucia is still in Babylonia. She finally finds relief upon receiving news of your safe return. Yeah, I have already contacted her to let her know I'm safe. Thankfully, Rosetta and Wansha were there. Commandant! Lee bursts into the tent, his visual module instantly locking onto the two figures seated by the entrance. I'm fine, Lee. Despite Wansha and Liv's thorough treatment of the wounds, Lee's brow furrows deeply at the sight of the puncture marks and bruises left by the device. Lee's silent stare fills the tent with a heavy atmosphere, until the human gently pats the back of his hand, slightly easing the tension. Sorry. I'll be more careful in the future. After fighting countless battles side by side, the team's concern for their commandant has become crystal clear. So the human is also upholding their creed of cherishing one's own life. I'm glad you understand, Commandant. Fortunately, this research facility is just an abandoned stronghold for Ascendants and Defectors. A direct encounter with any real threats would have made the situation far less manageable. Even so, there's still plenty of work that needs to be dealt with. Besides submitting a detailed mission report, Wansha will likely need to provide access to his memory data. With the collapsed research facility now submerged in Red Tide, Wansha's memories are the most concrete evidence of what happened there. As for Wansha's after effects, we'll need further confirmation on the specific symptoms. At the mention of Wansha, the Grey Raven members simultaneously turned to look at the corner of the military tent. Strikehawk is helping out there. We let Wansha rest here for now. With all these people coming and going, he hasn't woken up? The military tent buzzes with activity as constructs and doctors hurry back and forth. As Lee speaks, he steps aside to make way for several constructs pushing supply crates. He should still be asleep. He's exhausted. The conversation about Wansha is cut short by the piercing wail of an infant from the entrance. Why is she crying again? Hold her properly. She's only a few months old. Drop her and you're fired. No, I won't leave. I'm staying at Egret no matter what. Amid the baby's wails and the girl's frustrated whimpers, a silver-haired figure strides in with arms crossed. Well, well, if it isn't all familiar faces. Oh, it really is the Grey Raven. It's that new recruit from Egret. Upon hearing Liv's words, everyone's attention shifts to the colorful construct standing behind Vanessa. Holding the infant, who's waving her tiny hands, she moves right up to Liv's face, causing even the usually composed Liv to take a couple steps back. Hi there! I'm not exactly new here anymore. You must be Liv, right? Vanessa's told me about you. Your collar is so pretty. What's it made of? And those buttons are so sparkly. Through tears, the infant reaches out with tiny hands, trying to grab the buttons on Liv's outfit. Leia, stop making a fool of yourself. Go find somewhere else to stay. Vanessa casually pulls up a chair and sits down in front of the human. I haven't even had the chance to say hello. We'd just gotten the people from Conservation Area 190 to their shelter, and we were immediately dispatched to bail you and those temporary squad members out. By the time I get back to Babylonia, this whole ordeal is going to add a few extra pages to my mission report. So tell me, after dragging everyone through all this trouble and getting yourself into such a state, what glorious deeds have you accomplished? I don't know if I can do a baby sound. I'll just move on. The baby's wailing slightly interrupted what was surely going to be a long lecture from Vanessa. Maybe you should help her out. Leave her be. She's the one who insisted on saving that little one. Let her deal with it herself. Must be from spending those 2 days with Leia. They're exactly alike. Both are so clingy and never let you go. Oh boy. He's crying a lot. Oh, no. That... Sure. Leia, can't you keep her quiet for just a moment? Despite Vanessa's constant prodding, Leia stands her ground and shouts back in protest. I wish I could! She's well fed and unharmed, so why on earth is she still crying? If you can't even handle this simple task, I'll have the other one take over for the wench. Take over the watch. No! You can even leave it to Bambinata, but not her. Every time the baby cries, she thinks she's done something wrong. After a few rounds of that, she'll definitely go kill herself. The other one? They mean another newcomer? Egret had been understaffed for a long time, but during a recent training exercise, word spread that they had finally returned to their full roster of 3 constructs. Naturally, everyone who spread or heard of the news was completely taken aback. I can't hold her still! She keeps climbing higher and higher! Amidst the deafening chaos, Vanessa closes her eyes, the pain evident on her face. It was the first time anyone has seen her like this. A glimmer of respect shows in Liv's eyes as she looks at Leia. The baby squirms energetically in Leia's arms. The people at the conservation area clearly kept her well fed. Her legs are so strong, she is almost kicking her way out of her swaddle. Let me help. Let me do it. The construct in white has silently appeared behind the group, opening his arms toward the baby. Wancha? Yeah, I'm awake. Leave her to me. I used to work in the neonatal ward.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Wancha takes the baby with professional care, looking experienced. Now that someone has taken the time bomb away, Vanessa's expression finally softens a bit. Back to business. We were working with Rosetta just now. The original plan was to escort the wounded to a new shelter. The journey was rough. Our transport vehicle was attacked. Vanessa flashes a teasing smirk. Nothing serious. I can't tell if you're lucky or what. I was expecting some major crisis, but when I walked in, I found your team fretting over such minor wounds. Better treat them quick before they heal on their own. Vanessa, look at you, all worked up. Take it easy, will you? I've changed the plan and have Rosetta deliver the experimental data and documents to Babylonia ahead of schedule. Better than having vultures swoop down from above, thinking they can get their hands on whatever they want down here. The higher-ups must be in complete chaos by now. And I've heard Wancha's memory data is crucial. Neither you nor Wancha have received orders to return to Babylonia yet, right? Yeah, I figured so. It's still unclear who's trying to cover things up, or who's trying to take advantage of the situation. Still, even though we don't know who's dragging things out, you've got a group of elite constructs around you now. Nothing should happen right under everyone's watch. Well, I just need to confirm you've cheated death again. It would have been a real hassle if you died. With that perfunctory well-wish, Vanessa turns away and is about to leave with Leia. Thank you, Vanessa. You should thank that construct instead. If he hadn't noticed the Red Tide's movements in time, we both might have been done for in the conservation area. None of this would have even mattered then. So many settlements vanished during the Punishing Crisis. Having grown up in Babylonia, there were things I couldn't even imagine until I actually came down to the surface. Vanessa, who rarely speaks of herself, shares these unusually personal words. Perhaps his first true understanding of life on the surface also came from some personal experiences in a disaster. Seeing how far he's willing to go for those troublesome kids now, I can guess what happened. Following Vanessa's gaze through the busy crowd, there stands the construct in white, still gently soothing the infant. Hush, little baby, close your eyes. Have a peaceful sleep in the rocking boat. Grow up slowly, one step at a time. Wancha cradles her head gently, rocking her back and forth with care, until her piercing cries gradually fade away. As her tiny hands wave about aimlessly, Wancha silently brings his face closer, letting her feel his bionic skin. Soon, the infant nestles trustingly against the construct's chest and drifts off to sleep. Remembering the memory fragments you had seen within Wancha's mind, you keep your distance, worried that you may disturb this precious moment of peace. Excuse me! Please, let me through! Just then, several constructs burst into the tent, frantically rummaging through everything in the corners. Where are the beds? Remember, I moved them here. Relax, they can't disappear. You check that shelf while I look over here. The young yet composed construct strides past Wancha, who is holding a baby in the corner. After briefly searching a wooden crate, he rises to check the other side. Oops, sorry. I almost stepped on you. Okay. Upon seeing the baby sleeping in Wansha's arms, the construct quickly covers his mouth. But the moment Wansha looks up, his eyes widen in shock. Yes? Are you? Mr. Doctor? The young construct drops to a crouch before Wansha in one swift motion, his voice trembling with disbelief. I'm Nathan. Do you remember me? Wansha can barely recognize him. His mind drifts back to that dawn from years ago. Lying among the gun smoke and ruins, he watches the rising sun in despair, muttering one final plea. To save just one life, even if only one. If you hadn't given us those medical supplies back then and rescued us from the stronghold, we might have already... Nathan tries to contain his surging excitement as he speaks. Wansha can only stare at him in a daze, almost forgetting to pat the infant in his arms. This baby is from Conservation Area 190, right? Let me take care of her. I'm stationed there. Hearing these words, Wansha seems to finally snap back to reality, nodding slowly as he carefully passes the infant to Nathan. Alright, thank you. Nathan adjusts the baby's swaddling cloth. Soon, the tiny floral patterned boat begins to rock once more. Hush, little baby, close your eyes. Have a peaceful sleep on the rocking boat. Grow up slowly, one step at a time. The present and essence. Before research is carried out, all experiment plans must be approved by the Ethics Committee. A strict ethical review needs to be performed and consent must be collected. After going through detailed inspection procedures and navigating numerous corridors, you finally stop in front of a sealed laboratory. With his back to the window, Asimov is working on some laboratory equipment, while Wansha lies on the examination bed, connected to mind monitoring devices. The screen displays the current stability of his mind readings. The previously stable connection suddenly shows an abnormal fluctuation, and Wansha's eyes flutter in response. Asimov walks out soon after noticing the Grey Raven Commandant. Perfect timing. I need to tell you something about Wansha's condition. Ever since receiving his new frame, he's been unconsciously accessing sealed memory data from time to time. Thankfully, you performed a deep dive to stabilize Wansha's mind in time. Otherwise, the sheer volume and disorganization of that data would have been enough to kill him through mind disruption. The memory data no longer poses a threat to him, but I can still detect fluctuations in his mind. He must have told you about his condition, those momentary blackouts. It's essentially just a brief, uncontrolled stasis. Is this some kind of unusual after effect? You can think of it that way. While it doesn't significantly affect his daily life, we must take this seriously for the sake of his future combat operations. I've run a thorough examination. The trigger appears to be a momentary disruption in his memory data, which has destabilized his memory storage system. So it all comes down to his memory data. The mind disruption burst he experienced at the research facility was too severe. Even though you managed to stabilize him in time, this kind of irreversible damage was to be expected. At least, irreversible with our current technology. Is there any way that we can treat this? Even partially? Like temporarily switching back to his old frame? There are two solutions. The simplest one is temporarily reverting to the old frame. It's the standard method for dealing with mind deviation. You've tried it already, but it doesn't work for Wansha. Another suggestion is to install an external memory module. We have Vampinata from Egret as a precedent. If you try something similar with Wansha, the results should be more stable. After all, Wansha's condition isn't as complex as Vampinata's. However, using external modules would sacrifice much of Wansha's memory data. At the very least, he would lose the ability to recall memories freely. Wansha himself has made it clear that he won't accept it. Wansha? After disconnecting from the monitoring device, Wansha walks over. It's hard to imagine him firmly projecting anything. Still, having delved deep into Wansha's mind before, you can somewhat understand how he feels. So many people have had all traces of their existence erased. If the memory data about them is moved to external storage, wouldn't that mean they have vanished completely from this world? Besides these two options, Asimov and I want to try a third approach. A third approach? Asimov pulls up a document and gives the human a brief look at the publicly available research topics from a particular project group. This project group was established by the Science Council a few years ago, specifically to study various types of mind disruptions and constructs. Unlike most previous mind research, this project is specifically focused on medical applications, working in close collaboration with the Star of Life. I've asked around. Wansha's condition is quite unique. There aren't any similar cases in the project group yet, so he needs to make a decision. Would you be willing to assist the clinical laboratory's research project on mind as the first case study? I'll be clear up front. The first clinical case always carries significant risks, and complete recovery cannot be guaranteed. I've seen many constructs struggling with mind deviation after effects. We can use this opportunity to find new treatment methods for similar mind damage symptoms. We could help far more constructs than just myself. Whatever the odds, whatever the future holds, I know that this choice, right here and now, is the right one. Seeing Wansha's serious expression, Asimov nods in response. I can still guarantee some things. No need to be so serious. And you don't need to look so worried either. Asimov pulls up another document. This is the newly approved administrative measures on clinical trial from Parliament. It emphasizes that the primary consideration in clinical trials is the rights and safety of the test subjects. Before research is carried out, all experiment plans must be approved by the Ethics Committee. A strict ethical review needs to be performed, and consent must be collected. The regulatory system will oversee the entire research process. The text flows smoothly, as Asimov's finger glides across it. Concise, meticulous, and clear. These are the principles everyone must abide by. Humanity should have realized this by now. No proposition outweighs the survival of human civilization. After Wansha finishes reviewing the documents, Asimov leaves a final remark. This weapon was meant to benefit our era, but some had used it against the wrong targets. Now it's time for someone to wield it as intended. Science marches forward, and the refinement of human civilization continues without pause. The pruning of excess and erroneous branches is always required before new buds can grow in spring. If there are no other questions, Wansha's treatment should begin shortly. Thanks. No problem. We were just treating the after effects left by that old mine project. As for the rest, we'll leave it to time. Asimov gathers his files, preparing to leave. Where are you heading next? Getting some rest? No, there's one more place I need to visit. We're going to the youth center. It is a rest day for Babylonian residents, and students have no classes. Children from the youth center gather in the hall, running past constructs with familiar ease, some even stopping to say hello. A human and a construct sit together on a bench in the hall, basking in the clear sunlight streaming down from the artificial sky. Constructs were almost never seen here before. Now they're a common sight. Grey Raven occasionally takes on requests from the youth center as well. That's good. When Shorthalt first came to the youth center, even I was wary of him. Shorthalt. Handed over all of Shorthalt's belongings found in the research facility to Valeria. The mention of Shorthalt brings to mind a conversation with Valeria, the captain of Scarab, back when you were still on the ground. Everyone is still busy at the temporary shelter, but when Scarab's communication comes through, you answer it immediately. Valeria? The projection flickers violently, barely showing the woman's black hair. Valeria must be on a mission. Realizing the call is connected, the projection stabilizes for just a moment before a tall, commanding figure appears before everyone. Valeria cuts straight to the question without looking to the human surroundings. I heard you have news about Shorthalt. Cut the nonsense. Tell me straight. Is he dead? Yes. Upon confirming the death of her squad member, Valeria falls into a long, heavy silence. But those limbs of Shorthalt I found back then, were they removed by the defectors? It's probably meant to bait you. At some point, Wanda has moved next to the human, answering Valeria's question. Wanda, you were the one who solved this case. I still have some candy that Shorthalt gave me. I'll give it to you when you get back. Candy? The one you gave him before. I understand. I'll come get it from you when you're back in Babylonia. I have no further questions. Valeria accelerates once more, rushing towards her next mission. Wait, I have another question. Say it. A long time ago, you mentioned a video recording of Shorthalt. That was the last piece of news Wanda had heard about Shorthalt before his disappearance. Valeria slows down again. She studies Wanda's face carefully and hangs up. Before ending the call, she leaves Wanda with one last message. Nothing important. Just a lame joke. I walked my way step by step to finally say goodbye to him. There would be others who need those things more than I do. I knew it too well, especially after speaking with Valeria. Valeria took it without saying much, just like always. Wanda lowers his head, lost in thought. Speaking of which, I wonder what Scarab's been up to lately. Valeria's the only one I know from Scarab. You certainly left quite an impression. I guess so. The human tries to divert the conversation from the heavy topic. Wanda thinks for a while, before something crosses his mind. I heard Shiva's been learning how to pilot transport shuttles. That's all I know. As the two are chatting, a girl suddenly bounds up to Wanda and greets him with uninhibited enthusiasm.
Brother Wanda, you're here!
Huh? Oh, I remember you. Upon seeing the familiar child, Wanda instinctively rummages through his pouch for snacks, but suddenly stops. What's wrong? Last time I gave snacks to the children, I got scolded by the volunteers. A curl of hair droops down on Wanda's head as he explains to the girl with a hint of regret. There are a lot of visitation procedures now, but next time I'll ask your teacher to bring you some snacks. You can share them with the other kids.
Wanda!
You and Wanda turn around together and see a wide-eyed female volunteer shouting while pointing at Wanda's hand, which is still buried in his pouch.
Wanda! She just lost a decayed baby tooth!
Just stop giving her sweets! Who's that? I feel like I've seen her before. Natalie pulls out 2 sets of casual clothes with volunteer badges from the shelf and tosses them over. We grew up together at the youth center. You might have seen her at the Star of Life. She's a doctor there. A few years ago, volunteer Dr. Natalie survived frontline warfare. After returning to Babylonia, he underwent additional training and became a doctor in the Construct Maintenance Department. Occasionally, during maintenance sessions, Strikehawk members would say hello to her. She's already so busy with work. I wonder where she finds the time to volunteer. Shh. Natalie gives Wanda a hearty pat on the back, sending him stumbling forward a few steps. Don't act like you've got time to spare. You're here just as often. Get going, Maka's still waiting for you. While walking away, Natalie throws a quick question at the Grey Raven Commandant. Did you come with Wansha to visit Maka? You have an appointment? I wanted to check on Cosette. She was brought in by Liv earlier. Cosette? Ah, the child they brought back from the surface. Maka's told me about her quite a few times. Follow me. Before Natalie can finish her sentence, a boy bounces out from a nearby door and pounces on Wansha.
Brother Wansha!
Hey, slow down.
Didn't you know, Brother Wansha? After my last surgery, Natalie cleared me for running. Now I'm just like the superheroes from those old movies. Cool, right?
Maka puffs out his chest proudly, pointing to the special device mounted there. Wansha, Maka's just like any other kid now. Natalie crosses her arms and looks at the energetic boy in front of her with a satisfied smile. Even my mentors found his condition challenging. I never expected we'd discover a new clinical solution so quickly. I see. Much faster than I expected. Good news always arrives much sooner than Wansha had anticipated. During the brief period before returning to Babylonia, Strikehawk stays tightly together as they carry out their reconnaissance mission. Especially for Wansha. During the mission, the captain demands that he stays with the group at all times, without exception. Why do we suddenly care about Wansha so much? After Rosetta brought the evidence back to Babylonia, people began investigating a construct desertion incident that Wansha was involved in during his time as a construct doctor, demanding the case be reopened. Whether they're trying to hide something or obtain information, they'll do anything to get what they want. I hear they've pulled up old Purifying Force archives, and are even investigating Wansha's temporary modification. So they're trying to build a case against Wansha? Let's focus on the mission for now. Chrome performs one final check on the local punishing concentration before touching his terminal to submit the report. All remaining hetero creatures ahead have been eliminated. The transport team is clear to advance. Please remind the volunteer doctors in your team to wear their protective suits properly. The punishing concentration levels are still quite high along the route ahead. Chrome glances at Wansha as more specific instructions come through from the other side of the communication. You mean Wansha... Chrome ends the call with a hint of surprise on his face, as if he hadn't expected such good news to arrive so soon. The Grey Raven Commandant just received the news. We can return to Babylonia. Bianca asked the Commandant to relay this. Wansha won't be added to the Purifying Forces list. We can rest easy now. I heard she passed along some information. An audio recording from that desertion incident. A voice message? Ah, right. Please thank her first. There's still plenty to deal with when we get back, but at least we've got some good news. At last, Chrome breaks into a relaxed smile. Awesome! We can finally head back! Wansha, I've got your sleeping pod all set up. You can try it out as soon as we return. You haven't been stashing anything else in there, have you? Definitely no more weird pillows. We'd already gotten chewed out for it. At Kamui's chair, the transport fleet springs into action. One after another, vehicles pass before the Strike Club members, carrying engineering staff and volunteering doctors from Babylonia. Many young faces look around with curiosity and excitement, finding novelty even in the ruins surrounding them. This is my first time actually setting foot on the surface. It feels so different from what I saw in the footage. More people have come to the surface. Indeed, the volunteer doctors were the quickest to respond in Babylonia this time, much faster than any previous mobilization. The security measures for volunteer doctors have been greatly enhanced. With support force members now leading volunteer teams, the casualty rate has been greatly reduced. Chrome seems to be recalling a certain support operation in the past. It's so much better now. As the transport vehicles pass by, the Strike Hawks complete their mission and turn to leave, heading toward another place that needs protection. They are the ones who stand at the vanguard. Come on, let's go! Clear the path ahead and we can go back! Wansha doesn't follow him immediately, his gaze lingering on the wheel tracks in the ground and the receding figures of the newcomers. He raises his hand, as if reaching out to touch both the distant past and the future that lie beyond this moment. Wansha, what are you looking at? This is the future I've been longing for. I spent a lifetime venturing forward, as both human and construct. So this is how far I've come. Spacing out again? Really okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. Wansha lowers his hands, turns around, and catches up with his teammates. Here I come. Let's go. Alright. So I guess that's the end of the main part of this story chapter. But we've got what looks to be 2 extra things. 25X. Short halt birthday. Sure, fine. I won't complain about whatever mess you leave behind. Let's play. One, 2, 3. The bullet leaves the chamber and finds its mark, precisely striking the corrupted wandering through the ruins. All remaining corrupted in the rear have been eliminated. Roger that. What about the wounded? I moved them under cover and left signal markers. Have you found them yet? Found them. They're all stable. Emergency repairs have been completed. Wansha looks back to find several wounded corrupted meticulously arranged together, their eyes closed. Wansha is already mentally prepared, but his first glance at the scene jolts him into stark alertness. Shorthalt, could you please stop? Oh, right. Keep heading toward my position. There are still some loose ends I need you to tie up along the way. Pull another one of your silly pranks, and I'll ask Chrome to never assign us on missions together again. Well, well, think you're hot stuff just because you've got a captain. We even have a commandant in Scarab. Besides, it's just some simple cleanup work. You could use the exercise. Simple cleanup? You mean like last time when you put 2 wounded constructs who were X's together, and I had to play mediator for an hour? Isn't that easier than fighting? But now that you mention those weirdos, I hear they actually teamed up to file a complaint against you? Seriously? Short halt. Yeah, I get it. I'll be more careful from now on. This is the last time, I promise. I left some unfinished business at the previous location. I've gone too far to turn back now. You'll have to help me clean it up. Fine. I'm a scout. Next time I'll insist on taking point. Sure, fine. I won't complain about whatever mess you leave behind. Wansha abruptly cuts off the communication. He contacts nearby support personnel to watch over the wounded undercover, then heads towards Short Halt's location. With each step, his sense that something feels off only grows stronger. Surprise party? Probably a surprise party. He first receives Short Halt's advance forward signal, then discovers numerous corrupted corpses strewn along the road. An unnatural silence hangs in the air. When he tries to contact Short Halt again, there's no response. He has not seen anyone along the way until he reaches the exact coordinates that Short Halt is supposed to be. Only a candy lies on the ground. It's the kind that Shorthalt always carries with him. He bends down to pick up the tiny mint candy. What's going on here? He turns the candy over in his palm, examining it carefully, and he notices a faint red light flickering on its surface. No. The mint candy detonates in Wonsha's hand, causing a mild explosion that sends him tumbling to the ground. Electricity calls up his mechanical arm, temporarily paralyzing the entire limb. You actually fell for that? Shorthalt approaches from behind and helps Wonsha up from the ground. Shorthalt? You're being way too careless. What if it had been a trap left by the enemy? How could the corrupted set this kind of trap? Besides, they only picked it up because it belonged to you. A lilting melody echoes from the mint candy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Why do you look so surprised? Did you forget today's your birthday? Since his modification, Wonsha has accepted that birthdays are celebrations that belong only to humans, not to him anymore. And as for the activation date, Chrome mentioned that due to severe injuries before the modification procedure, some of his memory data could have caused serious mind deviation, so they took the opportunity to seal those memories during the modification. He has no memory of the day he was modified. Kamui and Shorthalt's description is simple. During a refugee evacuation mission, they encountered an explosion, after which Chrome and his team found them and carried them back to base. The vanishing of Thompson and his teammates remains like a missing puzzle piece in Wonsha's memory, one he never manages to fill in. As for Shorthalt, he never mentions Wonsha's activation date, likely because almost all his familiar teammates lost their lives during that mission. However, Shorthalt becomes the last friend who still celebrates Wonsha's birthday with him. Here's your birthday gift. Stop daydreaming. Shorthalt hands over a combat-style straight blade. Oh, thanks. What a surprise to hear that from you. I miss the days when you'd say, "Thanks, Uncle." You're such a well-mannered kid you are. Huh. Wonsha lowers his head resignedly. Alright, enough talk. Let's pack up our gear and head back. Cleared out all the corrupted up ahead. We didn't leave any stragglers for you to deal with. So don't worry. Shorthalt, why do you still celebrate my birthday? Shorthalt scratches his head. What's there to ask why about? If you really want a reason, maybe it's because I think you're still young? Getting modified is like putting your time on pause. No matter how many years pass after that, as long as you don't change frames, you stay exactly the same. But there are still people who want you to keep growing, along with all the memory data you've accumulated. Ugh, I came out way too sappy. Shorthalt shivers at his own words, then waves his hands dismissively as he walks ahead. Let's go. Still have a report to submit after the mission. I'll file an application with it. Next time we're assigned to a mission together, I'll follow your lead and let you take point. One more extra. Shorthalt. This trip. The kaleidoscope-like world opens up in front of him again. Shorthalt can't believe his rotten luck. His jinx actually came true for him. At his mission destination, he ran into deserters and an ascendant. When he regains consciousness, he finds himself in completely unfamiliar surroundings, his limbs all removed, and even his mind throbbing with pain. I'm locked up here. He carefully examines the items both inside and outside the cage, reaching a conclusion. This is likely to be an abandoned research facility. What are the Ascendants up to with this abandoned facility? I knew you would be here. A male construct appears in the doorway. Upon seeing Shorthalt's dismembered body, he sets down everything in his hands. Any construct in this area must be a deserter. Shorthalt knows this well, and has no time for pointless talk. Yet the figure before him seems to know who he is. You're the captain of Scarab, right? Seeing Shorthalt remain silent, he introduces himself. I'm Sawada. A long time ago, our squad went on a mission with you. Sawada mentions a squad's name, one Shorthalt has seen on the casualty list. Your entire squad should have been killed in action by now. I'm the only one left alive. Whatever. I'm a deserter now anyway. I'll never return to Babylonia. But I'm not here to reminisce with you. Sawada glances around cautiously before pulling several artificial limbs from the box. Take a look. See if there's anything you can use. Though Shorthalt is taken aback by Sawada's action, he wastes no time in identifying the usable parts. Moments later, Shorthalt rises to his feet once again and opens the prison door. Thanks for helping our squad back then. This is all I can do to return the favor, though. No way out? Heavy security? Not exactly. I've heard of successful escapes, but they force everyone into hibernation before letting them leave. Can't risk exposing ourselves. Who knows how many times we have to relocate if they find our whereabouts. You'll have to figure something out on your own. We didn't choose to leave either. Truth is, I'm sick of this place. But I've got nowhere else to go. If Babylonia finds me, the Purifying Force will eliminate me for sure. What is this place? An old research facility. The building has multiple floors. The Ascendants are located at the bottom level. They've been testing the mind stability of constructs lately. Those who meet the standards are taken away. None of those who were taken ever came back. I don't know what they did to them. Just as they speak, the device on Sawada's body flashes briefly. Someone's coming. Get out of here. I'll hold them off. The newcomer is a young female construct. Shorthalt slips behind the corner, listening in on the sporadic conversation between Sawada and her. Didn't know you were here. I've been looking for you. I just arrived. I'm here to watch Shorthalt. What's there to look at? He caused a huge mess at the last place and almost exposed everyone's location. Had to remove his limbs for him to settle down. He sure knows how to stir up trouble. They must be out of their minds to drag him into this mess. He might be a handful, but who cares? Someone tested the stability of his mind and proved it useful. Once that Ascendant sets eyes on him, there's no escaping for him. They've already tested his mind? Catching the warning in Sawada's words, Shorthalt checks his equipment before making a swift exit. The situation appears far more complex than Shorthalt could have imagined. He weaves through the massive building, narrowly avoiding, or swiftly eliminating, the deserter constructs on patrol. The number of enemies he's taken down has reached a disturbing count. So many that he wonders if anyone even cares about these deserters' lives. He's been on the move for so long, yet not a single person seems to notice his escape and sneak attacks. He has lost track of how long he's been circling on the first floor. He could see nothing but identical pipes and corridors. At last, he admits the eeriness of this place and decides to explore in the opposite direction of the escape route. He heads down to the first basement level. What is all this stuff? The moment Shorthalt steps into the basement level, you can't help but let out a gasp. The basement floor is even more unsettling than above. It resembles an orphanage more than a research facility. He checks every door along the corridor, only to get more confused with each door opened. Beyond the empty rooms, he finds scattered paintbrushes and dolls. A class schedule posted on the corridor wall sends chills down his spine. The paper has yellowed and grown brittle with age, yet the many names written on it remain chillingly legible. Each name is followed by a series of ticks and crosses. You notice that the crossed out names all end with 3 crosses. What are all these right and wrong marks about? 3 mistakes and you're out. S0143, S0145. He frowns as he reads through the crossed out serial numbers, unable to make sense of this mysterious chart. Just as he's about to look away from the class schedule, he hears a soft shh from behind.
Shh. There's something strange about him. We need to get out of here.
A child. In front of the last door at the end of the corridor stand many children. He has no idea when they appeared, but none of them seem older than 10, yet their eyes are filled with wariness. Why are you here? Who brought you in? Knowing this is a research facility, Shorthalt questions the children with a mixture of shock and anger. Without answering him, the children scramble back toward the door at the end of the corridor. The girl in front looks visibly terrified of him.
I'm sorry. It's not evening break yet. We thought we could still come out and play. We'll go back right now. We promise to be good.
Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Come here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We can't stay here any longer. Seeing the terror in the children's eyes, Shorthalt realizes something must have happened to cause such an unnatural response. With no time to waste, he gently takes the lead girl's hand, ready to escort them all to safety. The moment his hand touches that slim wrist, he suddenly understands what happened in this place. Beneath the girl's bionic skin lies the same hard metal found in his body. Under her loose white clothes is the distinctive joint structure unique to constructs. They won't even spare children this young. Shorthalt catches himself before cursing in front of the children. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses the rage. Listen, all of you, follow me now.
Sorry, Uncle. We can't do that. The researchers here told us never to listen to strangers.
Researchers. So there really are mad scientists here after all, huh? Look at me. You can trust me. Just like you. Understand? Shorthalt deliberately raises his arm, showing the children his newly assembled, awkward-looking body parts.
Uncle? Do you also need to attend the classes?
Only then does Shorthalt realize what that class schedule truly is. He's out of words. He only has one purpose left in his mind. Get these innocent test subjects out of here. But alarms soon blare through the corridor. He hears many footsteps approaching from ahead.
Run! We just detected him up ahead. Whatever you do, don't let that thing get near you. Better to be captured by Babylonia than killed by that freak. It's the researchers. They're coming.
Counting the footsteps, Shorthalt gauges the number of enemies ahead. A brutal fight seems inevitable. We'll be spotted if we move forward. Do you know any other way out?
I don't know. The cultivation area is right behind us. It's bedtime, Uncle. Let's go back.
Beads of condensation liquid form on Shorthalt's forehead as the footsteps and shouts draw closer. They're going to find us. He pushes the child into a nearby room, draws the weapon he scavenged from upstairs, and takes his position in the middle of the corridor. These guys have long abandoned their research ethics. They deserve to die. In the next moment, Fleeing researchers and guards in security uniforms appear before Shorthalt. Without hesitation, he opens fire. He's lost track of time. He tosses aside another broken dagger, scavenging new weapons from the bodies of the researchers and security guards. How strange. Every researcher here knows how to fight. When will this ever end? His mind gradually descends into chaos. Perhaps he stayed in the building for too long. He seems to be in the process of forgetting. He can't even remember what is on the floor above anymore. He suspects he's experiencing symptoms of mind deviation. If only Valeria were here. Or Wansha. Anyone who would make my life easier. He's lost count of how many enemies are in the research facility. No matter how many he takes down, an endless stream of white-coated personnel keeps rushing in. But he has no supplies, no connection to the Commandant, and his internal circulation system is on the verge of collapse. He directs the children to take shelter behind the door at the corridor's end. The children say it's the cultivation area, where the adults raised them. It should be safe for now. No new enemies are rushing in for now, and he needs to take this chance to catch his breath. Notably, he hears everyone screaming in terror about a monster, supposedly a failed test subject that hatched from some strange egg. Along the way, he comes across numerous bodies that were not killed by him. Their bodies bear massive, gruesome wounds, as if torn apart by some large creature. Seems they had quite a variety of research projects going on here. Destroyed by the very monsters they created with their own hands. With a sardonic smile, Shorthalt straightens up and checks his remaining equipment. The brief moment of peace lowers his guard. He fails to notice the enemy approaching from behind. Shorthalt? The mind deviation has not slowed Shorthalt's reflexes. Spins around, thrusting his weapon into the enemy's chest cavity, lodging it between the ribs before withdrawing it and making a deep cut across the carotid artery. Vital fluid gushes from the male researcher's wound. Another one down. So much vital fluid. Wait. Vital fluid. The vital fluid is soaked through the lab coat, staining it in an odd hue reminiscent of the coating on Babylonia's constructs. Shorthalt squeezes his eyes shut, fighting to stabilize his mind as he recalibrates his visual module. When his eyes open again, he sees a familiar construct lying at his feet. A construct? Sabata? He looks at the construct strewn across the ground, recognizing some familiar faces from the deserter list. Ascendant, Stronghold, Deserters. An inhuman, guttural sound emanates from his voice module, as everything before his eyes begins to warp, spin, and meld together, like patterns in a kaleidoscope, or oil spreading across water. He seems to have realized something. He crawls through the long abandoned corridors, searching until he finds the stairs. Upon returning to the upper floor, he discovers shattered incubation tanks and more remains of deserter constructs, all bearing wounds he personally inflicted. Chaotic sounds echo through his mind, shrieking like hetero creatures. Whenever he tries to identify these voices, he loses control of the body. I heard about it. The first egg hatched into a scorpion. They're preparing a second one, and run when you get the chance. Better to be caught by the purifying force than to end up like that. It's not just me. We're all doomed. The Ascendant let out that monster. Soon, he cleaves through the panicked deserter's body, splitting open the terminal at their waist and exposing the communication components within. He is not Short-Halt. He is but one of countless shared minds, writhing and tearing within the shell of this scorpion-like construct. My teammates, they all died right in front of me. Their legs blown to pieces. I must run, far from the punishing battlefield. The farther the better. I just want to survive. Survive! All minds deemed stable are being fed into the Ascendant's massive furnace. According to the purple-haired Ascendant, this is all preparation for a mother to give birth to a satisfactory child. Their screams merge into one as they live in this twisted form, some by choice, others by force. Even the punishing virus here joins in. The information stored inside floods into the furnace, allowing him to witness the stories that concluded years ago, and see those children, those phantoms of the experimental constructs. So I'm nothing but a phantom after all. He looks at the damaged terminal. It is a standard issue Babylonia equipment. While he briefly takes control, he makes a quick decision. He leaves behind special signals, drags the remains to one spot, and marks warnings of danger everywhere. During this time, he passes by a corrupted that's just as peculiar as he is. He finds his own voice in a barely functional terminal, leaving messages for potential future visitors. Among these grave warnings, the one to be wary of is none other than himself. As he grows weary, about to slip back into chaos, he finds a candy wrapped in green paper. Finally, at the cultivation area's back door, the path leading to his ending, he gently places down the candy. Alright, this is it. In his delusion, Short-Halt, having regained some stamina, returns to the cultivation area, where the children he has sworn to protect await. The children, seeing the reassuring construct approach, instinctively gather around him. Together, they silently wait for a future that will never come. Short-Halt spreads his arms wide, welcoming the children. The kaleidoscope-like world opens up in front of him again. Oh boy. Well, that sure was a chapter. Okay. Well, in that case, we're done. I'll get ready to wrap things up here. It looks like we can still do a raid. So I think we're going to raid Nebelperu. And I'll just say again, thank you for coming. I had a really good time going through this chapter with everybody. Thank you for sticking around, especially if you were here for 2 days and witnessed like a lot of this chapter. I didn't expect it to be so long, but I did have a good time, and I hope you all did too. So I'll say good night. I hope you all have a great day tomorrow and a great coming week, and I'll see you all another time, okay? Goodbye. Thank you for coming.